Here we are, folks. Episode 23. We're about to get started. Can't wait. We had a brutal episode 22. We'll go into that with the recap. But yeah, we're back again. Here we are. Ready for action. Should have a full roster of players. Rachel, Kyle, Jesse, and Patrick. We'll see. Patrick will be popping in any moment now. But we have the remaining players at the moment. So with that, let's do some introductions real quick, and then we'll jump into a recap, and then we'll pick up where we left off. Rachel, you're up first tonight. Give us your intro.
Hello, everybody. It's Rachel. I play Althea. She is a gnome cleric of Desna, and she is still alive, and actually has her spells. So hopefully we get some good things when we head back, because I believe that is the plan.
I agree. I think it is the plan, and it's a smart plan. Risky for sure, but a plan nonetheless. And we all need plans. Wouldn't you agree, Kyle? Introduce yourself, my friend.
What's up, guys? I'm Kyle. I play the human fighter called Dane, who, unfortunately, after 6 months of play, finally bit the bullet. He died so vigorously. Or at least I think he's dead. Fritz has not been clear on the description, so I'm just assuming that he's mangled beyond belief at this point. So I'm concurrently playing Arthurian at the moment. The dwarven fighter picked himself up a big-ass maul, and he's ready to start cracking heads, tagging names, and possibly drinking quite a few ales along the way. Thank God we don't have Elias gone, because she'd be highly upset that Arthurian keeps drinking all the ale for the battle remedy. How y'all doing?
I agree. Thanks for that, Kyle. And then we have my nephew, Jesse. Say hello.
Hey guys, my name's Jesse, and of course I play Sheppy. Sheppy is quite worried about Dane, hoping he's not dead, because he was my buddy. And I've quietly did some changes with my spell book, because things are gonna get burned tonight.
Wow.
All right, let's go.
I love that, Jesse. I love that.
I'll have to double check your character sheet. Okay. And of course, again, we'll be joined by Patrick mid-session. He plays Farley Tell, wizard who we haven't seen much of lately. He's been doing some research in Otari, and he's been actually playing his other character, Magnolia, who also went down, and that brings us to the recap. Who would like to do that tonight for an extra hero point?
I'll give it a go, but I want the hero point to be for Dane, not for Arthurian. Sound like a deal, Fritz?
Okay.
We shall see.
Plus one.
When we
villain.
left off, we had just survived an ambush, kicked off by yours. We were fighting some 4 ghouls. We put them, picked up with a lot of healing, and Sheppy began to vigorously search the bookshelves. They were books left, and we all should have been there. It was nasty. They were searching with purpose, let me tell you. And while they were doing that, like I said, I was getting some healing. Devin was healing up as well. We all reconvene, and southern part of this area, which we're currently about to go back to, had a very strange, very big blue light. Me being the highly decorated soldier that I am, finally thought that discretion was the better part of valor, and while they went south, I went to the east to check out the storerooms there. Not thinking anything about it. Not thinking there could possibly be any danger there. I know how stupid of me. I know, I get it. So I kick a door open while they go down south. They get engaged by 2 ghouls at the side of this strange blue light. I kick the door in to the east, and I find a table with a very large skin upon it. I proceed to make entry, and things went horribly south. For down south, a creature materialized or metastasized, however, which one you would prefer to use, and began to attack the party. They killed the ghouls. But poor old Maggie, she had her mind set to the deepest recesses of her subconscious, attacked by this other creature. Meanwhile, I'm in a fight for my life as the door slams shuts behind me. Sorry. It's the onions, I tell you. That damn onion engines got me. But something closed the door behind me. And it stood there looking at me. This ghoul, this different creature. I tried to diplomatize my way out of the room. That did not work. 2 hits. My story was over. And I was down. Devin came to my rescue. The cleric of Iomade came to my aid. He, unfortunately, fared a worse fate than me as he was down in 1 hit. Unfortunately, things happened. Screams re-yelled. Maggie still locked down south. Couldn't move. Sheppy, Althea, down to their last spell slots. Althea booked the eastern corridor, saw laying on a table. This ghoul flaying me. Pieces of me, I should say. She screamed and ran. She grabbed Sheppy. And they proceeded to make exit. They left. As well they should have. Meanwhile, Maggie finally shook it off and began booking it to where she thought I was, only to open up a door and be surrounded by 3 ghouls. She did an incredibly valiant job. She killed 2, severely wounded another one, near death, but she missed a backswing, and it downed her. So there we have it. Althea and Sheppy running through the gauntlight, booking it at all speed, trying to get back to Otari. Gather reinforcements. Maybe a few coffins as well.
Well done.
At that particular moment, they have rallied the other companions, and it's time to get cracking, Jack.
Well done. Hero point noted. So here we are. What's left of the companions have gathered themselves together at the Rowdy Rockfish. It's 10 a.m. The 19th of Frost. Spring, late spring. Early morning, around 10 a.m., 2 hours before noon, and the bells begin to chime. Arthurian, Sheppy, and Thea have found themselves gathered together around a familiar table at the Rowdy Rockfish, joined also by the elven mage Farley Tell. Who am I missing here? Arthurian. Discussing their next move and the tragedies that befell the other companions. Not knowing whether they were alive or dead, Althea and Sheppy made their way out of the gauntlight in the darkness, arriving late last night. They managed to somehow get some sleep, restless as it was, thoughts and visions of screams and blood. Their friends falling to these ghoulish creatures. Gathering the next day, here they are at the Rowdy Rockfish once again. Farley Tell has joined them, saddened by the news that's brought to his ears. And you plot your next moves. So let's pick up with that. Thea, Sheppy, Arthurian, what's going on here in the early morning hours at the Rowdy Rockfish?
Dwarf, have you heard? What happened?
Arthurian comes trotting into the rockfish, slinging this big warhammer onto the table. Aye, lad. Aye. What can you tell me? What happened? I need details. Are they dead, lad?
Well, we're not quite sure, but it didn't look good. Dane was on a table being skinned. The barbarian was fighting to her death. And our new friend, the cleric, was downed in one blow. Did not look good. We ran because we had to.
Arthur
now we're
will
back.
hold his hand up as Sheppy says, as we had to. Lad, you left because you had no choice. There's no shame nor dishonor in it.
Well, now it's time for vengeance.
Alright, so what we still sitting here for?
All right. Hey, what have you been up to lately?
I've been, remember that big lad, right?
Yes, a couple of them.
I'm talking about the one that we had it out in the back alley, right?
Big stinky Brolo.
Aye, that's him. That's him.
And I like that guy.
I've been tracking down his whereabouts.
Did you find him?
Sadly, not yet. And other matters, he waves to the table, have put that task on hold for now. I've heard tales of this Dane and this other bar and lassie. Competent fighters, both.
Mhm. Well, do we need anything to prepare, or should we just go?
Arthurian points to the warhammer. I'm ready, lad.
Althea, you ready?
I suppose I'm ready. I don't want to go back, but if Dane's really alive, and Maggie and Devin, we have to go back. I need to know.
Arthurian's gonna rest a gentle hand on Althea's shoulder. Lassie, you did good. You did the right thing. But we're going back in there. Things about to get broken, lassie. Stay behind me. And if something bad happens, and we can't get him out, you go. You run. Leave.
Not this again.
Leave.
Another
Go.
fighter wanting to die?
Oh,
Don't
I'm
let
not
him
one to
die.
die, because you and me there, laddie. You and me are going to stay and make sure that she has a safe return.
Well,
And then we will run.
What's with these fighters and death wishes? I don't get it.
well, don't expect me to run all by myself. I can't abandon anyone again. Don't make me do it. I won't.
Lassie, running is better than dying. Trust me, dying is not what it's cracked up to be.
Well, then I'll tell you the same thing. You better haul those legs out of there. And if you think that you're going to be slow, I've got little legs too.
Oh, my dear lassie, my dear lassie. Haven't you heard? We dwarves are natural sprinters. We waddle very quickly over short distances. That is now Arthurian's memento for everything. But yeah, Arthurian will sling the warhammer up onto his shoulder. Do you two fine folk need anything while we're headed that way? We're going to be passing by the market. I've got a few coin on me if y'all need something.
Shippy's all prepared, ready to go.
And I think I have everything I need. And she puts Oh, never mind. She's not going to take Binley out. No, no, no. He was going to sit right on her shoulder, but he's trying to stretch out his little legs and tail, and Althea's like, no, don't. Wait till we're outside.
Arthurian's gonna whisper to Althea, "Is Bentley prepared, blood?"
Yes.
Good.
You see a little leg poke through one of the holes in Althea's shirt pocket where Binley stays. Little leg stretch out and the little toes extend like, He's very comfortable
Arthurian
in there.
becomes a fangirl for a moment. Oh, how cute.
All right, if you guys want to do a little shopping before you go in, if you have to buy anything, you can do that now. You can just go to the items directory, drag what you need, deduct your coins, and we can move on. If you want to do that
How
now.
much is a healing potion?
Oh, 4 gold pieces for a minor healing potion. I don't know where I got 50 gold pieces. That's still a lot. That equates to what, 40 silver? And that's the common coin here, silver, not gold. So that's still pretty expensive. Okay. And with that out of the way, we'll move on. Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm good too.
That's good.
Dane's not good.
There he is. Patrick, we're just about to get started. Feel free to say hi.
Hi guys.
Awesome. I'll tell you what, before we make the actual trek, let's cover a couple things with Farley. If you're ready for that, Patrick. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm
Kinda?
good with it. Yeah,
Maybe?
kinda.
Just a little
Yeah.
bit?
We'll see how it goes.
All right, the only real thing I need to go over with you is, and you might have to make a couple rolls for this, is your research. I need to know, number one, what specifically was Farley Tell researching from your notes and memory? Was there anything specifically he was researching during this couple weeks of downtime?
So if it's okay with you, there was a session that I had missed in character, essentially, about where the mayor had basically explained that, like, one of his ancestors had chased down Belcora.
Right.
I wanted to research I wanted to, like, talk with Rin and the mayor about those ancestors so I can say that I know that information in character, essentially. But I also wanted to research more specifically into lunar events and maybe if they coincide with any of the tower attacks.
Okay. What you can do, now I'm assuming your research is mainly through books as opposed to
Yeah.
talking with people. I mean, the only ones you could probably talk to would be maybe some sisters at the temple, Mordiblant himself, of course. Books are a big thing for him. He sells them, as you know. You kind of have worked here and are currently perhaps doing that again, working there. We'll see. And you're always keeping your eyes open for books that you might come across because of Mordiblant. You know, he wants you to go off and find some books. So you have access to a lot of research materials, and that's where you've been spending most of your time, your research downtime, as it were. This would be basically gathering information. The action is called gather information. It's diplomacy. However, it assumes you're talking to people. In your case, you're doing it via research, books, and that kind of thing, which you can do. You have access to a full-on library. both at Mordeblins and the Dawnflower Library. You also have access to Rin Savixi, the tiefling elf. And of course, she has access to very odd, strange things. Some tomes, some scrolls, some books, as well as information in her own head that she might be willing to share. So that's more benefit as well. So there's a little diplomacy there, but there's mainly those books and researching and digging in. So what I want you to do is use a gather information, but not as diplomacy. You're going to be using, and this will be your choice. I'll give you a range of skills to use that would be appropriate. One is arcane. The other is occult. And a third would be religion. So if you want to make, I want you to make 2 rolls, and they could be different skills. So unless you have a lore skill that's very specific to your research, we're going to use either religion, arcane, or occult, or a combination of 2 to make these 2 rolls. I have a DC already figured for this. No need to role play this. We're just going to make some rolls and move on with this so we can get to the adventure. But go ahead. Give me you tell me what skill you're using and make that roll. Make it blind so only I see it.
I think this will be a mixture. I do have a great diplomacy skill. It's higher than my religion and occultism, actually.
Okay.
So I think it might be a mix of like not only Farley's personal research, but also talking around the town to see like what he can learn from the people themselves.
We could do that too. I'll tell you what. Go ahead and also make a diplomacy check. Do that first. Make it blind.
All right.
And this will tell me how effective you were at gathering information, talking with certain people in town that you know of. And maybe this will be of benefit to your research, which will be separate roles. So go ahead and make a diplomacy, gather information roll. Just basically a diplomacy. Okay. Now, you're going to actually do your research rolls. Give me a arcane, occult, or religion. Your choice.
All right, this is going to be Arcana.
Okay.
I think Farley would be looking more into the occult rather than religion.
Okay.
So the second one was occultism.
You've learned a few things, some of which not necessarily pertaining to your specifics, but other information that is definitely relevant. Relevant to your cause, the quest of the gauntlight and its secrets. One of which, a little bit piece of information you found was a reference to Volok. Volok, of course, was the right-hand man of Belcora. Some say her lover. He was a drow. You know this. Vile beings among elves. But Volok was indeed the second in charge, and a vile one he was. And there's actually a picture of him. But you did find a portrait of him illustrated in one of these ancient tomes that you've come across. Specifically one found in the Dawnflower Library, actually. Entitled Bubonicus Libris. Feel free to write that down if you want. So there is that. You did find a portrait of him, and his loyalty was unquestioned. A drow and a lover, perhaps, of Belcora. Now, as far as what happened with the mayor and his family, the Menemese family, you did actually learn about that story in the history of what happened with the Rose Guard, how they confronted Belcora before Otari was even in existence. This gauntlight was Belcora's bastion, some type of arcane architecture that she had constructed of magic. And you know this as well, that the gauntlight itself is a magical artifact of sorts. That would explain why you can't scratch it or harm it in any way. You've tried. One of your companions, I believe his name was Zion. Yes, it was Zion. Come up with the idea of smashing the glass. One of you did. Didn't work. Your blows were totally ineffectual on this thing. It also explains why the tower looks pristine. And I say tower, but I mean the lighthouse. It looks pristine, like it was given a fresh coat of paint over its rocky surface. Whereas all around it is surrounded by fallen debris, rock. Everything has crumbled from a great battle and time. The Rose Guard, of course, was responsible for this, felling Belcora and her minions, so it is believed. The town of Otari was erected, named after one of the companions who had fallen, or one of the Rose Guard who had fallen in this battle. And in commemoration, Otari was built. This was 500 years ago. And you know that shortly after that, Otari fell into misuse and ruin, and it was overrun by kobolds and other dark creatures. Some say gremlins as well. But it was Menemes's, the mayor Menemes's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, who helped to rebuild the town, driving the kobolds from the place, and come up with the idea that, hey, you know what? Let's get into the wood industry. And that is what the town is based on, the wood industry, the lumber industry. And the Menemes family, of course, owns the biggest lumber mill here, the biggest lumber company here in Otari, and is responsible for the flume that you see illustrated on the map and all this other stuff. But yeah, it was one of his ancestors that had rebuilt the city and refounded it, as it were. So you verify that information. That's fact. You can find information on that not only in many books at the library and some within Mordeblint's collection, but also, you remember, the Menemes Manor, the household, which you are an invited guest as a member of the Companions. You were able to go there and reference a book that actually talks about this and the ancestors of the current mayor. So you can verify it that way as well. So there is that. Was there anything else that you had mentioned that you wanted to learn about? I know we did the Volek.
Yeah, if there was any information on Belcora and like the person that they worshipped, I
Oh,
out of
yes.
character know that information, so I don't want to get too much into it, but if I can find out like who they worshipped and a little bit more about that person, that would probably be.
Well, you didn't use religion, but you can find some darker secrets about this deity. One thing that's really apparent, you can write this down. I'm not going to share the whole thing, but one thing, the obvious stuff that you get, and this comes a lot from your occult role, is that her symbol, this deity, this outer god, a reclusive outer god, her symbol is that of a skull that's overgrown with vines and typically illustrated as moss. A skull just overgrown. She seems to be a deity that deals with just the neutrality of death and how it overcomes good, evil, and is careless over good and evil. Doesn't care for those things. It's all about death and decay, rot. basically what you would call shapeless, empty death. Little keywords you might want to write down.
Mm-hmm.
However, that said, Nimbaloth is known as an evil deity. Though death can be seen as something neutrality, it is something that this deity seems to crave and hunger for. For evil purpose. Not just neutrality, but something vile and dark about this deity. And that you can't put your finger on. Supposedly its cults are far and wide, all through Galarian, but relatively unknown.
Would it be, from my research, obviously, would it be inaccurate to say that it would be possible that they might do essentially self-sacrifices in the name of this deity?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
But now that you think about it, it all makes sense. Nimbaloth and what she represents, and the fact that the gauntlight exists in a swamp, a place of decay, be it natural or otherwise. It is a perfect setting. Belcora, of course, was an ardent follower of this deity, so it kind of makes sense. And by the way, while I mention this, I should also state that where this is located, the gauntlight, it's basically used to be surrounded by water. Obviously, it's the gauntlight. It's a lighthouse, but that's long since gone, and now it's nothing left but a few little lakes and a swamp.
Mm-hmm.
The water has receded many years ago. So should mention that. But if there's anything else, that's pretty much what I can share with you at this point.
No, that's pretty much everything that Farley would think of.
Okay.
Because I think it's only like 3 to 4 days total of research.
That's it. I thought it was like 2 weeks. You haven't been involved for a while. You could be right. I'll have to go back and look.
Time travel is weird.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Right.
the whole time frame of this is kind of confusing.
Yeah.
If something comes up regarding what you've been researching, just let me know, and I'll decide whether it's something you did learn about or if another role is required. But
Mm-hmm.
that right now, that should do you.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, we can continue our journey. Any more questions, Patrick?
Mm, I would have begun. I would have gotten a extra spell book a while. I wouldn't have put anything in it yet currently because I don't think I would have enough time with all the research going on.
Okay.
But it's just in my inventory, an empty spell book essentially.
All right, go ahead and add it. Just deduct the coins for it. I think it's like a gold piece or something. Just give these things titles, because over your career as a character, if you're still alive, you're going to have a bunch of spell books. So you want to name them and give them unique backgrounds as much as you can. So we know what you're carrying and what contains what spells in case they ever get swiped like they once did.
Yeah.
We know what you lose and what you don't. Okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, we will continue. It's about 1 hour later. Farley has joined you. Let's remember this. Farley has joined you and shared some of the information that he would like to share with you. That's up to him. Stuff we talked about here. With great concern, you head off back to the gauntlight. I'll need a marching order. Who's first? Arthurian?
I can.
Okay,
I have my
Arthurian.
maul out and at the ready.
You're up first. Who's behind Arthurian?
Probably Farley, because they're gonna have the light spell going on.
Okay, Farley. And then we've got Thea, number 3. And then we've got Sheppy bringing up the rear. Sounds good to me. You're welcome. Okay. Now,
Oh, okay. I figured Sheppy would be leading, you know, like, come follow me, find everybody.
you could.
I'll lead you to where it happened.
He's
But if
doing that.
Arthurian's ready to just say, all right, let me lead you to all of our deaths.
Give me plenty of room and watch the backswing.
Just everybody watch out when it's my turn. Move.
I will duck and run, my goblin
Alright.
friend.
Exploration activities. Tell me what you're doing as you travel these dark corridors. Arthurian.
Scout. Since I have a two-handed maul, I can't use a ray shield, so I'll scout.
Okay, that'll give everybody +1 on any encounters to your initiative. Farley, what are you doing?
Farley is going to be maintaining the light cantrip, essentially.
What do you cast it on?
Farley does have a staff, but if Arthurian is taking the lead and is alright with it, I would like to cast it on their shield or sword. Something that they're holding, essentially.
Make up your mind.
Two-handed maul.
Two-handed maul. Your maul glows mysteriously and illuminates the
Arthurian
area.
blinks a couple times. What in the holy high heaven is this?
So, with that taken care of, you do have an exploration activity you can take up. What does Farley look like as he travels? What's he doing?
I believe they can also have detect magic going on, so they're essentially doing the
All right, that's
search, but with
all right. That would be a separate activity. That would be an example of continuously casting the spell, detect
Oh,
magic.
okay.
That one you have to constantly be utilizing. It's a cantrip, so you can do it as many times as you want. But if you want to do that, that'll be your activity.
yeah.
All right. All right, so if you come within a certain distance of magic, you're going to get a ping. Something's going to go off because you're constantly using this spell. All right, so you're doing that. And finally, Sheppy, what are you doing?
I will be watching out for, basically watching for secret doors, traps,
Search?
that kind of thing.
Okay, you're doing
Yeah.
the search this time. Okay. So basically what it means is if you come within a certain distance of traps or outlines of doors or something mysterious worth investigating later, I'll let you know because I'll be secretly making rolls for your perception. You won't know it. You don't have to roll it. I'll do it for you. And finally, Thea.
I guess it never hurts to have too many eyes on the lookout. I will also be searching.
Okay, 2 searchers. Excellent. All right, that's out of the way. Marching order is done. You guys can proceed, and you make your way up the path. It takes about 20 minutes through the forest. And you come once again to the gauntlight, the entryway before you. Arthurian, it's been a while since you have been here. You see up ahead the smashed-in doors of this gatehouse, as it were. You see what looks like, as you get closer, it looks like there was a barricade here at one time, but it no longer stands. You continue. You make your way over the small little river without anyone falling in, and you get to the other side and into the main area that surrounds the Gauntlight Tower, which you can see looming above through the various holes in the ceiling. It is daylight, by the way, although it is misty. You're instructed to go to the right, where there is a chamber with steps leading down deeper. You don't feel or sense any other presence around you. All is well and good. You make your way down those steps, going deeper. You come to a familiar chamber. Not you, Arthurian, but you, Thea, and Sheppy. This one little, at the bottom of the steps, this familiar room where you see there's a door, there's a chair propped up against what looks like a hidden secret door, maybe? Somebody found this and kind of propped a chair against it so it wouldn't close. You're in that room. You also see another door to the east. Now, I'm letting you know of this because there is an option to go either way here. None of you have really gone through that secret door, but one time your friend Dane, who has fallen, did actually peer through there and step inside. So, do you want to continue following the normal path, or do you want to try the secret door? It's up to you.
We may want to check this out. There's something we may have missed.
Well, also, whenever we were on the other side of that, Dane, Maggie, Farley, and, well, not Farley, but Althea and Sheppy, and we found the other end of the hallway, Dane relayed that information that, hey, we found the hallway. This is the same hallway that we were at.
Did you say there was a glowing light? What color?
Green.
Green.
This is the chamber where you're currently standing. And to the east, you see a little yellow mark. That indicates what seems to be a secret door, portal. And there's a chair braced against it.
And if you remember, whenever Dane saw the other side of this hallway, he did relay that to Althea and Sheppy and Maggie. Poor
So,
old Maggie.
Yes. So there is that option, or would you want to continue to the west? Your choice. I'm giving you that choice right now.
I'm down for whatever they choose.
All right, I vote we check it out.
I don't want to get lost, but it might be a shortcut. Let's continue down this way.
Long 10-foot wide hallway. It has vaulted ceiling arching to 12 feet high. 3 broken metal brackets hang from this ceiling as you look up. One to the south, behind you. One to the north, up ahead. And one in the middle. Although the frames that once held these things in place, their purpose seems unclear to you. Doesn't make sense. They're so obvious. As soon as you step into this corridor, you see them. They're just right there, hovering above your heads. The floor is strewn with pieces of rotten wood, timber, twisted metal. What looks like a cog, in one case. Further ahead to the north. Let me see here. Althea, go ahead and make a perception roll. This should be blind, but you go ahead and make it. Sheppy as well.
Never mind.
Althea, you sense right away this is somehow familiar. Especially further ahead to the north, it looks like you've been here before. This hallway leads to familiar territory. You're almost sure of it. You're not so certain about the south end of this long corridor. I should also mention that you do see doors further ahead to the north. What do? Arthurian, you're in the lead. Shield or your maul glowing brightly.
Dane will begin. Arthurian will begin to advance up the corridor. Boy, Sheppy, does this look at all familiar to you?
Not to me.
How about you, Miss Althea? How about you?
It does look familiar. Keep going, but be cautious.
Well, I got my maul ready, lassie. I'm ready for a good walloping.
Bypassing the door, you continue forward up this corridor. Remember, Arthurian, you've never been down here before. It's all new to you.
And as we're going, Arthurian's sort of making mental notes of, okay, door there, turn here.
Right.
Probably
Yes.
won't remember it whenever combat begins, but he's taking a mental note.
You spot another door to your left, running to the west. And these are doors you've seen before. They don't seem to be stuck or swollen. They have little latches on them. Perhaps they work, perhaps they don't. But there's one directly in front of you. Or to your left, I should say. Do you continue on?
Yeah, I'll continue with Althea's words of keeping going.
And it is right here as you round this corner. It is the most familiar. You've been here before, Thea. You remember, Sheppy, that directly ahead to the north there was a door. It's now closed. But there was a green glow. And you remember, this is where you first encountered that strange, ribbon-like, glowing green entity that seemed to spell out words. Some words about Otari, not the town, but the hero, the member of the Rose Guard. Otari. He was the rogue, if you recall, of the Rose Guard. And you also remember that it was here that this strange ribbon snake-like entity, and I say snake-like not in its appearance, but the way it moved. It went to the floor and it skirted its way between your legs and it ran off to the west. And now it all becomes clear. It was here that you and your fallen companions, Dane anyway, had headed west in pursuit of this ribbon-like entity. What do you do?
At this point, I think it's time to get down where the companions fell. See if we could save them, if they're still alive.
If you want, you could make all haste. You are moving at half speed because of all these activities you're doing while going, but you could do that if you want. You want to push on? Or do you want to explore?
Does Sheppy and Althea relay that there's this green glowing rock and entities in this room?
As Althea's heading through the corridor with you guys, she'll mention and she'll point at the door. That's where the green light was. It led us west. It all looks familiar now.
Do you think it was leading you into the trap? Where your companions were?
If I remember
No,
correctly,
no.
it went a different direction.
Yeah, it did.
Hmm.
I don't think it meant any harm.
Still, very interesting that this entity lives down here.
Lives or is trapped.
Either way.
I don't think it stuck around long enough for us to truly understand what it was.
Through the door.
You going down the steps? Deeper?
I don't remember this area.
If you just want to head to the library, I'll push you forward. Is that what you want to do?
I'm good with whatever they want to do. I'm just happy to be here.
Maybe not into the library yet, but like to the entrance of it, so we could figure out how we want to take this on.
Okay.
We're going to do it.
You head west, following your footsteps, Althea and Sheppy. You remember this. You were through here twice now. Once on the way down, once making good an escape. But it all is clear. You remember this area. You find that secret door area, which is clearly marked now, and slip your way down deeper under the gauntlight. And it's here you recall, down deeper at the foot of these steps to the west, you remember fighting some type of white mist-like being, another entity perhaps. You remember that green glowing entity had made its way down there, you presume, because you found it again down that way, but it wrote some more strange words and ran away again. And you followed it. And that led you to the east, which was what looked like a large library. And that's where you encountered these ghoulish-like creatures. Althea recognized these creatures. She heard tales of them from back home, the foothills, her homeland. You fought them, you defeated them, and it's also beyond this door that you also encountered creatures that would fell your friends. Do you open the door?
I'd like to take a listen at the door.
You would. All right, go ahead and make a blind perception roll as Arthurian, leading the party, leans into the door, his ear pressed against it. Shh. Quiet, listen.
Should be on its way, Fritz.
You hear nothing but silence.
Okay. After a moment, I will open the door.
Okay. I wasn't here, like on the map. I was playing remotely. But that room with the bloody table straight ahead, is that where Dane fell? That door?
I went to the one on the south.
Okay,
Yes.
the one below it? Okay.
All right, first of all, nobody really knows it was the southern door or the eastern door, only that Dane went down that corridor.
Oh, Althea saw him.
Did you see him go
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
room?
Althea
She did,
tried to
because
come to my
Devin-
rescue.
Yeah, because Devin had the door open, and then she saw Devin fall right in front of her, and then the creature slammed the door in front of her, and
you're right.
she grabbed it just to double check if she could open it again, and it had already barred the door, so
That's
she just booked it, and that's what caused her to just leave.
Okay.
So she knows which door Dane's in. She does not know which door Maggie was in, because Maggie was paralyzed down south in the main room that had that blue light with that creature that she probably only just caught the glimpse of in the corner of her eye as she booked it.
Okay. As you step into this hallway for the very first time, Farley, you've been keeping to yourself, kind of hushed, amazed at what you're seeing before you as you delve even deeper. You feel like you know more than these others do, and you're paying close attention to these surroundings. And as soon as this door opens and Arthurian peers inside, you can see, ahead of him, you can see books. Lots and lots of books. You almost feel compelled to move forward into the room and investigate yourself. You step into the room? You guys, what do you do?
Arthurian
Alright,
will
which
step
one?
in.
Are we going to take on the ones to the south, or are we going to fight in that hallway? Because I think that hallway is a danger.
I think priority is companions, then the big blue guy to the south.
How do you want to do
Whichever
this? Do you
comes
want to draw them out of the? You gonna draw them out of the room, or what? How big? We wouldn't know. To say how big is that room, because it's. I don't think we want to fight them one at a time. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I tried. It didn't work.
Well, we can. If we attack the guys to the south, he may come out behind us, so that could be a problem. I don't know. It's a
While you
tough one.
guys, while you guys are strategizing, Althea speaks up. Whatever we do, we can't split up. That's what happened last time, and things went real bad, real fast. And I don't want to be separated from any of you.
Probably a better idea to go south. That way we can all stick together.
You can always split the party.
No.
Hey, who
What
said
did
that?
I just say?
Who said that?
Althea kind of wants to check in the room where she left Devin and Dane.
Okay.
Well, before
So she wants
we,
to sneak in.
yeah, before we head into any pathway, I have prepared today 2 protective spells that should be great for anybody getting into melee combat, especially. So I imagine for at least Arthurian himself, and maybe yourself, Althea, I can cast those on you, and they will last for up to a minute's worth of time, and protect you from about 5 to 10 points of damage. So not much, but they will help.
But I'll be so sure that Sheppy won't need it.
I know a caster
No.
when I see one, so if he's getting into melee combat, it's something's gone wrong.
Something happened bad.
I should also point out, Farley, as you step into the room, you could make out that above each door, and there's quite a few, there are signs. Written text on them. The one immediately in the west closest to you. You can't actually read these, by the way. Let me get to the right button here so I can reveal some text. You'll see these pop up on the map. And they're above each door. The one closest to Sheppy as well. I'll reveal that one as well because you are close. And you can relate this to your friends. I assume you do. Because they can't read it. They have no clue.
This sign says work room.
And I'll reveal one more where Thea is, peering down that one hallway to the left. There's a door there. I have it red. But yeah, there's other doors further to the north and down the corridor ahead of Althea. And where the blue glow is, there's a sign as well. You'd have to get closer to read them, but this is what you see. Mm-hmm. And they're written in Undercommon. Everybody checks their languages.
I
Hey,
actually
can
have
read
Undercommon.
that. You can read it too, then.
Yeah, so I look around in the room and I see the signs and I go, so have you been to these rooms? The repair storage room, the work room? Have you been there? What's that safety room?
The what room? I've been to the one north from you, northwest, but can you read that? Althea's just shocked. She can't read none of that. What do the other rooms say?
That one says safety over by you.
Safety? What could a place like this need with a room labeled safety?
I don't know. Corporate made him put them up, I guess.
Or perhaps some place to hide from invaders. Bakura was exactly not looking to make friends, so
To you, Farley, this looks like a library. And it looks like it was well maintained at one point. In fact, the books are only somewhat dusty. It doesn't look like an ancient, lost room. But whatever was in here kept things proper and organized, even to the point of having doors labeled. Yes, it strikes you as a library.
Farley, I casted detect magic in here. There's definitely an aura. I was not able to find anything. Maybe you could.
There's something off. Further to the north, as you look down this corridor, Althea, you see the books along the wall on the east side, right where you're standing, but further north, something seems out of place. It looks like a book has been clumsily fallen onto the floor and open. You can actually see it on the map. There's something odd there, though. It seems to get your attention. Something poking out from the bookshelf.
She'll approach it. It's not too far, so she'll feel safe to wander on over.
Ah, there, as you look up on the shelf, you see it. You see it now. It looks like Dane's hastily wrapped equipment, or he left behind. I guess when no one was looking, he stashed some things here, but you recognize this equipment. You see what looks like part of a pup tent. You can see pushed in behind some books. You also see what looks like a bow, some arrows, and also, what was the other thing, Kyle?
Repair kit.
A repair kit, a little satchel full of little tools. You see it now. You reach toward it and recognize it. These were Dane's tools. Basically, you found his stash. If anybody wants any of this stuff, you can pretty much take it and drag it to your feet or do whatever you want with it. But he hid some stuff here.
How much does all of that weigh, those 3 items together?
They weigh 4 bulk.
Yeah, I ain't picking that up.
Nope.
Althea points out, these are Dane's things. Oh no.
So if anybody wants that, there's a bow, there's like 6 arrows, there's a repair kit which you use to like when your shield gets broken, you can use the repair tools to fix it, and a pup tent for sleeping outdoors or wherever you want to sleep.
At this time, Farley is going to go over and begin looking at this stuff and begin why would Dane be putting his stuff on the walls and at the same time going to be taking books off the walls and putting them in their pocket?
That still doesn't answer the question of which way do we go first. Do we go south, beat up some people, go down that way, beat up some people? Which people are we beating up first here?
I think from my strategic looking at the situation, I think the south would be the better bet.
Aye, Sheppy, but we're not just here to be strategic, we're here to get our friends back. They could be dying every second we waste.
We have to find Dane, Devin, and Maggie. And
we
Althea's going to
have to
pick
die.
up the repair kit.
Not really so worried about Dane, but Maggie and the other lad, yeah, we've got to find them too.
Well, Maggie was to the south. Last I saw her.
It
I don't
sounds
think
like
heading-
Dane and Devin was to the east.
Heading south sounds dangerous. that creature, it had some sort of hold on her. I can't fathom why she was just standing there. It must have been the creature.
Probably. Perhaps she got free and rescued them. Still got to take a look.
Yeah, maybe she ran away. She could
Alas,
still
I
be.
don't think a barbarian would run.
You never know. Maggie was special.
I don't know who this Maggie is, but if she's as strong as you say, I doubt she would just stand by.
All right, so you guys form back up into your marching order and head to the east down that little
Shipping
corridor.
wants to be before we move. Shipping
Okay.
wants to be to the side. I don't want to be in the back.
I'll put the torch where you guys are, the head of your group is. All right. So you're
All right.
right there, Arthurian. You're right at these two doors, one to the east and one to the south. What do you do?
Oh, lads, why couldn't you have given me a sign of which way you went?
There's also signs that you can read. I'll have to reveal that.
No, like he meant like a bloody handprint on a door, some blood coming in. He's basically chastising Dane and Maggie for not giving him a blood trail to follow.
As
Maybe-
Arthurian is muttering to himself, Farley goes up and places like a hand on their back and goes, well, whichever way you decide, just know that I'll always be beside you. And they are going to cast Shattering Gem on Arthurian.
Oh, baby.
So. Oh.
Over each door. Let me move a token because it seems to be in the way. One says Scrivener's office, and that's the door to the south. The other one to the north says personal, or to the east, it says personal quarters. Now, Arthurian, you see this and you can read it, as does Farley from the rear of the group. You can read that, those signs above the doors. And as Althea points out, the door to the south is the room where Dane had fallen, and Devon rushed madly inside. That was the chamber where it occurred. Now, what did you do now? You casted some spell?
Yes, I
yeah.
cast Shattering Gem.
Okay.
And I upcast it at 2nd level, so it has 10 HP as compared to the normal 5.
A large gem floats around the target in an erratic pattern. The gem has 5 hit points. Each time a creature strikes the target attempts a DC 11 flat check. On a success, the gem blocks the attack. Hey, that's brilliant. I like it. So the attack first damages the gem and then applies any remaining damage to the target. If the gem is reduced to 0 hit points, it shatters and falls all about you, immediately dealing the creature that destroyed it D8 slashing. So it's kind of explosive. Basic reflex save applies as long as the creature is within 10 feet of the target. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. So
Yeah, that's cool.
make a little mental note that you have that floating above you, I guess, or whoever the
It's got
target
10
is.
HP.
10 HP.
I already got it wrote down for it.
That's above your head?
Yeah, it's against Arthurian, essentially.
That is cool. You got a little diamond gem above your head. I like it.
But yeah, hearing Althea point out which room she thought Dane was into, I'm gonna try to go in Scrivener's office. Are you sure this is the right door, Lassie?
I'm positive.
Alright, just remember, bury me with my kin. And I'm gonna try to open the door or burst through it.
Easy enough to do. Because it doesn't seem to be barred, it swings violently open. You don't destroy it, but there you see a table with a creature sitting behind it. You also see something dastardly spread across the table. Let me read to you the text. While this room might have once served as a writing studio, today its condition has been all but obliterated by dozens of tiny swatches of skinned flesh marked with tattoos. Judging by the workspace on the table in the middle of the room, these tattoos have been placed post-mortem, with a swath of pale skin stretched over the desk, sporting a half-completed image of a sinister-looking woman. And there, looking up at you while seated in a chair, is this grayish-skinned creature with spectacles. Who are you? In common he speaks. Why do you disturb me again? At this point,
I'm looking for a friend, lad.
and with that, we're going to roll initiative.
Oh boy. I'm gonna die here again, Fritz, just so you know. I'm gonna find some way to choke and just die.
Grapple.
Okay, everybody should be in the initiative tracker. Let's begin this encounter. Arthurian, as appropriate, you are up first. You've crashed through the door. You see this scene in front of you. I should point out that there are candles on this table as well, shedding some light into the room. You, of course, have your glowing maul out and ready to go. Make sure it's unsheathed. Everybody else, you'll have to draw your weapons afresh, unless you stated to me otherwise. And we're ready to go. Arthurian, you're up first. What do you do?
Ball's been out, two-handed and ready.
Two-handed?
Yeah. Does this thing look menacing, like it's about to attack?
He looks angry.
Killed our friend.
He looks
Kill
angry. He looks not happy that you disturbed him. He looks like he was just in the middle of carving some of these tattoos on these bits of flesh. I should also point out that all over the wall you see pieces of flesh decorating the wall, and they all have these artistic little designs on them. Kind of crude, not that artistic actually, but he's obviously up to some kind of tattooing parlor in here maybe. What do you do?
Okay. I'm gonna take a step in.
Okay. Is that a step or a stride?
That's a stride.
Okay.
And then, because for the memes, why not? There's intimidating strike.
Your blow not only wounds creatures, but also shatters their confidence. Make a melee strike as usual. If you hit and deal damage, the target is frightened 1 or frightened 2 with a crit. Ooh.
And Arthurian's gonna string. Where's Dane? Let's just start swinging a ball at it.
Okay, make your attack roll.
22.
22 is going to hit. Normal damage.
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
So let me drag that to his token. Frightened 1. Your blow crashes into him while he's still somewhat seated, trying to get up. You hit him with a series of blows, and he begins to fall back. He is frightened 1.
Yeah, but he still didn't answer the question of where's Dane?
He just
Get him
hisses at
again.
you. He just hisses at you. What do you... He replies, Nasty dwarf, you will pay for this. He is, of course, frightened. He stands up from his seat and he lashes at you violently with a series of claws. And again, these claws are just unnaturally long fingernails like teeth. And they sink into your flesh, Arthurian, as you try to fend off the blows to no avail.
Don't
What
forget the
about
gem.
Shattering gem.
Oh, yes. Now, remind me how that works. He is hit, and he's going to take some damage.
Okay, so the target, which in this case is Arthurian, needs to
Right.
make a flat d20 check. If it's 11 or higher, then it's the gem instead.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll put it back in the chat
Okay.
so we can read it.
Go ahead and make a flat check, Kyle. 11 or greater to see if the gem kicks in.
I'm gonna hero point that, Fritz.
Okay. You better.
That's 6. No.
Nope. Okay. All right, so it doesn't. So what does that mean? It doesn't have any effect? It just still hovers there? Ineffective?
Yeah, it's still there. It's just that the
The hit
original
went for-
target of the attack is still hit, rather than the gem.
Okay. All right, let me roll up damage now. With these claws, it is a critical. A vicious, savage critical. You're going to take 30 points
Ooh.
of slashing damage.
Dear God.
I told you, lads, when I pick a fight, I do it good. Oh, God.
And in addition, remember that was a critical. In addition, you're going to have to make a fortitude save. Normally I'd make these, but I'm going to have you do it. So go ahead and make a fortitude save. Suddenly you feel your body begin to tense up. Your arms lose their motion. You can't bring it up to block a particularly nasty blow that cuts into you. Yes. And with his second action, he's going to take a 5-foot step and jump up onto the table, knocking over one of the candles in his work. And he looks over towards the door for who's next. He's going to have... Well, that's it. We're done with him. We're going to go to Althea. You hear the sound of battle ahead. What do you do?
She's hesitant. Last thing she saw in this room was death. I'm gonna delay.
Okay, I'll make you invisible in the tracker. And next, we're going to go to Farley.
All right.
Getting kind of concerned already. What happened?
Yeah. 30 feet, okay. Farley is going to step towards the door. 5. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my god, what a hideous creature.
What was that?
And is going to look at this creature and go so they step towards the doorway and see the aggressiveness and hostility in their eyes and goes, um, you know, why are you attacking us? You are but a humble, oh God, what is it? Like Taylor Smith, a
Craftsman.
taxidermist. Yeah, taxidermist,
Tattooist.
and is going to cast Warrior's Regret on him. So the target must attempt a will save.
Failed. So
Was it a critical failure?
no, it was
Yeah, what-
failure.
Okay,
So what happens?
so at the end of each of its turns, until the target spends a complete round without intentionally damaging another creature, it is going to take mental damage equal to the amount of creatures that it intentionally damaged, to a maximum of 4d8.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, you're done. We're gonna go to Sheppy. You're up.
He's going to move there, and he's going to cast Burning Hands. He has to make a DC 19 basic reflex save.
Okay, let me get back to that area of the map. Is it a basic? Yes, it is.
Yep. This is also a heightened spell. It's my signature spell. So he's going to do extra damage with it if it hits.
The flames appear in your hands, and you begin to deal this damage on the target. 15-foot cone. Yeah, you can make it so it's just him. However, it seems to have no effect on him. You miss him entirely, in fact.
Okay, that's it. I'm done.
I jump back into initiative before you begin the next round.
All right.
Althea is going to cautiously step in behind Farley. And she's going to try casting Daze.
Okay.
You know what? She's gonna do Moonbeam. Farley, duck!
Oh my.
Okay, let's get
Huh?
this in.
My eyes!
My pretty elven eyes!
They're very sensitive. Ah!
Alright, so I'm going to shine this moonbeam and let me roll my attack.
He's going to be difficult to hit because he's up on the table. You can barely see him. You got a tall elf in front of you. But go ahead. You can see him. Make your attack roll. He's got a little bit of cover. You miss. The beam goes wide over his shoulder.
Alright, well that's my turn.
You guys getting frustrated?
A little bit.
I know. I could tell.
This is totally unrelated, but I am going to hop off.
Right. We got you.
But have a good night, everybody. If
some
anything
rest.
should happen, my next action would be to try to heal Arthurian as much as possible and anyone else who's injured.
Okay, so
It's
who
just me right now with that critical hit.
who wants
Yeah.
to take charge of Althea's character while she's away? Do you want to give someone that power of your character?
Well, I think you guys are going to need the power of healing, so to anybody who is familiar with spellcasting.
Don't look at me.
Me.
Okay, I gotcha.
You want to do it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Rachel, you take care. Get some sleep.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Talk
Yeah,
to you
good
guys
playing with you.
tomorrow. Yeah, right. Good playing with you. Goodbye, Althea. Bye.
Oh, look, I'm serious. It's good playing with you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Arthurian, you're up in round 2. You're next. This creature that you struck, your body has seized up. You're actually paralyzed. You can't do anything but think at this stage. But you see it. It's jumped up onto the table now, and your friends have come into the room behind you. And with that, we're going to go to the next person in the order. All right, so go ahead and make a fortitude save. It's the end of your turn, Arthurian. So go ahead. Just to see if you can break free of this paralysis. And you do. You do. You are no longer paralyzed. Get rid of that. You have broken free. Force your arms down and back into... Get that mobility back in your arms. So by the end of your turn, you're all good and ready to rumble. It's one good thing that's happened so far. However, the creature sees this. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Kyle.
5. Hit me.
And it acknowledges your challenge. And with that,
Well, guys, I'm going down again. Have a nice night.
it claws in your direction once again. And it hits.
Gem.
Gem. Get to make a... The gem takes some of it. Gem takes, what we say, was it 10?
Put it in the chat again.
Oh, I got you.
We'll see what happens with this gem. I think it was 5.
Well, he heightened it, so
It's 5 normally, but I outcast it to 2nd level, so it gets an extra 5 HP and deals an extra 1d8 damage.
All right, so let me roll the damage. This is a critical.
Oh. What is this creature? It's nasty. I hate it.
Okay. It's going to be... I'll write that down. And, okay, now this thing kicks into gear. And it's going to deduct how much, did you say?
10 in total, plus it explodes for 2d8 damage back onto the enemy.
All right, you're going to take 16 points of slashing damage. It could have been far, far, far worse. But thanks to this little gem that comes down and gets in the way of these claws. Now it's got to make a savings throw.
Yes. Basic reflex save.
16 was just enough to down me anyway.
20. It is success. Which means what? It's basic, so it takes half damage.
Yes.
So you roll that damage as it shatters.
Yep.
10.
So you take points of piercing damage, I believe?
5 piercing damage.
Oh, slashing damage, sorry.
Slashing damage. -5. So yeah, this gem intercedes what could have been far worse, and it shatters and explodes in the creature's face. But he shrugs it off. You see the acknowledgement of your well done, gem, from the elf next to you, Arthurian. He seems somewhat satisfied that something new he has learned has come into fore. But that's noticed also by this ghoulish creature who peers over at you, elf, and also begins to swing down and come heavily upon your bare flesh with claws. But it misses unless you got an armor class of 12.
No, I have AC of 17.
Okay, well, that's pretty good. All right, so he misses. He's got one more action.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Oh, coercing him, are you? Would you like to make a roll
Bring
for
it on.
that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, make a coercion. This is diplomacy, I think.
I'm pretty good at that.
He looks back at you, elf. Then you shall die. He once again attacks you. And the claws come down hard on you once again. This time, finding purchase, touching the flesh, ripping blood begins to trickle from the elf's face, his arm, his shoulder, tears in his cloth, his beautiful robes ruined once again. Although it's not critical, you will also have to make a fortitude save. You're going to take 12 points of slashing damage from these claws and also make a fortitude save.
Alright. Damage first. And then...
You're like,
Do you want to hero point that?
Yeah, I will hero point that.
Okay.
Uh,
Mark off your hero point. Make the roll. Boom. It's to no avail as you begin to stiffen up in your arms and your fingers and your mouth and nothing is moving. You clench together in pain. It seems as if even the blood has frozen to your body. You cannot move. You are paralyzed.
okay.
Where's that little paralysis thing? Make yourself paralyzed condition,
Okay.
if you can find
Oh.
it.
Do that after I put in the description. Is that the end of his turn?
Yes, that is the end of his turn. You got his attention. He was going to look elsewhere to spread damage, but no, you got him. You convinced him. Bring it on.
Alright.
now he feels regret.
Yeah, warriors regret. All right, Farley,
Alright.
you're up.
So, as the creature strikes out at Thurian and I, my eyes glow the same color as this creature's, as the persistent damage from Warrior's Regret takes fold. So he attacked both Arthurian and I.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to take 2d8 of mental damage at the end
DC.
of his turn.
DC 19?
No, it is only a save at the when I first cast it.
Oh.
Unless I'm... Yeah, the only way he can get out of this, because he rolled a failure, is he needs to spend an entire round without intentionally damaging another creature.
Gotcha. All right, roll your damage.
Nice.
14 mental.
Yes.
Nice.
I would use a witty one-liner, but I am paralyzed, so I can't do that. Yeah.
Little mumbling, and that's about it.
Yeah, the only thing that pretty much changes is my eye color for a brief moment, essentially.
Okay, so he finishes his turn paralyzing you. Your turn is up. You can't do anything, so you get your fortitude save.
Yep.
Again, because it's the end of your turn.
Come on.
Oh,
That
This
won't
is like
do
Dane
it.
rolling here.
pretty much. Why the hell are you doing my rolls, Farley? What the hell, man?
This is literally what happened last time.
Yeah. Sheppy, you're up next. As the elf stiffens up, he can't move.
A little ball appears in his hand, and he rolls it out on the floor towards the creature. Flaming sphere.
All right, he's up on the table, but you can have it appear on the table. So it's on the table.
Yep. DC 19 reflex.
Okay, let me make sure I'm clicked on him. Let's make the save. All right, let's see what happens. All right, roll your damage. 3d6. 12
Well,
plus 1 because it's fire.
yep. 13. Because of burn it.
Ah! And it lets out a really loud scream, perhaps alerting others. But you definitely emblazoned this creature. Some of the skins it was carving incinerate from the ball of fire that you've produced under its feet.
From my ball of fire, in the next round you will be dead.
All right, that will be
Leave
demoralize.
now while you're still alive.
That will be demoralize. Make a intimidation check against his will DC. So go ahead and make that.
Secret?
Yes.
Should have got it.
His frightened condition should have been reduced at the end of his last turn. I forgot to do that. So you're using this intimidation was actually useful. It put him back into frightened 1 again. Sheppy. So all good. He's still frightened.
All right.
So that's what happens there.
Sheppy's done.
At least in this case. Althea is next. Go ahead, Jesse.
All right. She is going to do a 3-action heal, which does positive damage. Does positive healing, but I think it does negative damage to undead. So hopefully this doesn't heal the creature.
All right, hold on. She has a feat, which I'm not going to look up, but it allows her to roll d10s instead of d8s for her healing. Whatever you get, 14 points. Everybody gets 14 points back.
What did it do to the creature?
Oh, he screams in pain. He howls in agony as this positive energy rips through his mind and his body. Briefly, it almost looks like he glows. And with that glow is pain. His face grimaces. His jaw detaches and becomes wider than would be even more natural. He took some damage from that positive energy.
14?
He's very badly injured. Well, he's badly injured. If you hover over his token, you will see. And you're done. That was your 3-action healing spell. Brutal.
Everybody get their hit points back?
I did.
Dane would be stabilized, right?
Yeah, I got 14 HP back, so yeah, I'm good.
All right.
You mean Kyle? Or
Yeah.
not Kyle. You mean
Arthurian.
Arthurian. He wasn't dying.
My knack for dying, so.
Yeah, he wasn't dying. So he wouldn't
Oh,
be
yes,
stabilized.
I was. I was KO. Dying 1.
Oh, were you? I didn't know
I
that.
was.
Okay.
You had just enough to put me down. That was it.
All right, so you're wounded 1 now. In that case, make sure you got wounded 1. Sheppy, you're good. Everybody's good. Okay. Arthurian, you are up.
All right.
All right, stop. Pause. All right, you're good. I was going to mention that when you die, I got to change your initiative order to 1 step above the one who killed you. But you're already there. So we're fine. Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to mention that.
I didn't know you died. I really didn't.
Yeah.
My bad.
But I'm going to grab my maul and stand up. So there's 2 actions.
Exactly.
2-handed, I might add.
All right.
And I'm going to swing for the fences. Gonna give it a go.
Go for it.
20, 20, 20. Yes!
Hey, look at there. It's a crit. That's a nat 20 for a big old 29.
All right, you scored
Splatter that fool.
you scored a 29. His armor class is currently 21.
Oh,
However, that counts as a success. However, because you rolled a natural 20, it counts one better, which is a critical success. Critical damage, my friend, with your maul. Roll it up. Oh no.
That'll
Oh
be
no.
12
All right, 12 points.
bludgeoning damage.
12 points of bludgeoning damage. You impact him hard. He feels it. You crack his right leg. It bends in a strange shape. You busted him up good.
Take that, you little bastard.
boy, is he tough.
Oh, thank you, Sheppy. I think I'd rather look a little dashing with a little blood on me.
I can't believe you came back to life. Amazing.
I pop up like I'm pushing dated.
Even though he looks near death and being brutalized standing atop this table, he's undeterred, and he looks as vicious as ever. Give me
That frightened one. What does that do?
It gives him penalties on his attacks and things.
Okay.
Now, let me roll a dice here, and then I'm going to ask you guys to roll a die. Give me a number from 1 to 6.
1. Hit me.
He's going to take you up on that.
Every time. Every stinking time.
That's the way it goes. Yeah. He's going to come down on you with a rain of claws once again. Let me see here. He misses.
All time.
I just remembered that damn spell that's on me. He's going to do it again on Dane. This time with his jaws. He's going to attempt to clamp down on your shoulder. And he hits.
Sheppy, it's trying to eat me.
I'm trying to burn. Hey. Oh, yeah, never mind.
He does 16 points of piercing damage from this bite that clamps down on your shoulder. Arthurian.
I'm down again.
You're now at dying 2. Because of the wound condition. In addition, go ahead and make this roll. I should make it, but you're going to make it. A fortitude check. All right. And go ahead and make another fortitude check for me. And yeah, okay. While you're laying there dying, you are also paralyzed. Check fate. Okay, he's going to stand his ground on that table. Give me a number from 1 to 6, Jesse.
4.
Okay. It eyes the elf in front of him, a former target. And you will feel my wrath for disturbing me. And with a claw, the elf is already frozen in place. And it hits. It's not going to be critical, but you are hit once again. You're going to take some damage. Farley? from the claws as you stand there motionless. I don't think this has any effect on you regarding damage. You just sit there and take the pain. Yeah. You're going to take 10 points of slashing damage. You still up?
I am still up.
He's done. We're going to go to Farley. You're up. Let me reduce
Creature has to take damage
Yeah.
because of
Here
the
comes
spell.
Warrior's Regret again.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get rid of his frightened condition. Now we'll take this. He has to make a save. No? No save.
No.
No save.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
Yep. He's going to kill himself from the regret now.
Yeah.
6.
Oh, 6. He's still standing.
Oh my
Dang it.
god.
He begins to quake and his hands grip at his bare head like he's going left and right. No, no, no. And with that, we go to Farley, who is paralyzed currently, taking damage. He's going to make a fortitude save. So go ahead and do that. Oh, so close, my friend. But no cigar. You remain frozen in place as you bleed out. Sheppy.
All right. He has to make a reflex save because of the burning sphere that's in his square.
Only if you sustain it with an action and decide
I'm
to
going
leave
to
it there.
sustain it with one action.
Okay. In which case, it will affect his square. He'll make his save, or he's going to attempt it. He got a... It's basic, right?
Basic. DC 19.
All right, he takes absolutely no damage at all. As he easily steps aside while he grips his head. No, no! He fails to contact him. No damage.
All right. I'm going to use my focus point to cast Elemental Toss.
Oh boy. With a flick of your wrist, you fling a chunk of your fire at your foe. Make a spell attack roll, dealing 1d8 bludgeoning damage, or fire damage if the element is fire. So 1d8 fire damage if you hit.
It's actually 2d8 because I'm leveled up. $24.
You hit. You catch him. He might have evaded the ball, but the toss and flick of a flame catches him. 2d8
Nice.
points of fire damage.
That is +1.
And it ignites. Describe how you finish him off as his body is engulfed in flames, as this little flicker turns into a flame and he rages on this table.
The table lights on fire from the flaming sphere. He seems to not affect him, but then I heighten the fire with another fireball from my fist. And it just turns into almost engulfs the whole room
Okay.
as he just melts onto the table. He's gone.
He melts. He turns into a pile of ash, incinerated by, again, what started off as a small flicker, but it caught something on him. Maybe the oils, maybe the grease. Who knows? But it caught.
Tattooing.
Yeah, it caught, and he just ashed out, man. I'm out of here. So, yeah, he drops and rolls off the table, and the flames begin to flicker out. And with that, a strange silence once again comes to the companions. And let me double check. Is there anything we have to keep track? No, we're good. However, Farley, go ahead and make your fortitude save. Let's see if you can do it in one round. You do. So you're no longer paralyzed. You can take away that. And I think, yeah, you can also see if you can do it in one round, Arthurian, even though you got to make a death check as well. But do your save first. Get that out of the way.
16.
No, your body's still frozen. However, you will have to make a flat check to see if you die. And while he does this, you guys will be up
I'm dead,
next.
Fritz.
Well, you're at dying 3.
Yeah, you're not dead yet.
When you reach dying 4, that's when you're dead. Now, everybody has a chance to intervene here.
Althea will heal him with a heal spell.
Okay, throw it on. Go ahead and roll that. How many actions are you using it with? Because that determines how many dice.
Let's do a 3-action heal, since
That's everybody.
Farley needs some healing too.
All right, go ahead. Foom.
So what do we say, 2d10?
She rolls 2d10. Basically. She has a feat. All right,
11 points.
Everyone gets 11 points, including Arthurian. Everybody. All right, Arthurian, you're no longer dying, but you're wounded 2 at this point. So if you go down again, you're going down as wounded, or dying 3. That's risky business.
Just remember that for the dying thing. I do have the toughness.
That's right.
But it helps now.
That's right. We were just reading that, weren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Whoops.
Would that change anything regarding your wounded condition?
It says you can withstand more punishment for most increasing your maximum HP by your level, the DC of recovery checks, 9 plus your dying condition value.
I'll tell you what.
But yeah, so on that 11, Fritz, that would have been a 10.
Make yourself wounded at 1. Just drop that. We'll leave it at that. That'll be okay. All right, so yeah, that's all good. That takes that'll take a turn for that whole combat and everything to have transpired, the little healing that went on there. Yes, so that's where we're at.
After a moment, Arthurian will pick himself up. Oh, I see why now Dane couldn't get it done.
Good job, my friends. We did it. We burned the evil creature.
You did it. I didn't do crap.
You took the damage for us. You were the sponge.
Happy to help.
A plump sponge, indeed.
It's a tough life, Kyle, being the fighter.
Yeah.
It is.
But I'm going to pull out a minor healing potion from my bag.
Okay, D8 hit points.
Go, go.
3 hit points. Now that wounded condition will go away if somebody uses their healer's tools. Remember that. Now, for one thing, where are you folks right now? Are you fully in the room, or are you going to be half out and half in? Before we go any further, I need to know where everybody is, and then we'll go.
All right,
from there.
who's what do you roll for healer's tools?
It's a medicine check. DC 15. Success gives you 2d8 hit points. It takes 10 minutes to do, and you're immune, regardless of success or failure, for 1 hour. unless you have a feat that changes that. That's how it works.
Put Arthurian where I'd like him to be.
Althea steps inside and shuts the door, her back pressed against the door. What happened? What's going on? Where is Dane? What is that creature?
I don't know, lass, but we're about to start the search.
Can I know Sheppy burned most of it, but can I investigate around as to see, like, what this creature was doing?
Sheppy also wants to know the tattoos. Are they similar to the tattoos on the corpse that I checked before in the previous level?
At the shrine?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you doing, Arthurian?
I'm gonna listen at this door.
Okay. So everybody, all three of you, give me blind perception rolls. Does anyone have a lore skill in tattooing?
No.
Okay.
I have Underworld.
Did you roll for Thea? Is that what I saw there? Yeah, I did.
I made rolls for Althea and myself.
Where is she? Okay. All right, Farley. You don't recognize any symbols of the, well, I forgot you weren't there. We're thinking about Magnolia. Who asked me? Oh, wait a minute. It was Sheppy that asked me about the
Sheppy
body.
did.
All right.
Yeah.
Going to you. Let's start with you, Sheppy. You don't recognize any of the tattoo designs. Nothing here resembling that symbol, which you remember as being part of the Osprey Club, having underworld lore. You know who the Osprey Club is. You don't recognize that here. They seem to be more just random rune-like designs. Every once in a while you can make out an image of a face or something, but it's not the best work. But they're essentially tattoos on patches of flesh. That's what you can tell. Now, as far as Althea, what was she doing?
She was checking the creature's tools and the table and everything he was using. See if they look unusual.
As I said in the beginning, it looks like it could have been a writing studio. And one of the reasons for that is that there's a lot of writing tools, feathered pens and that sort of thing, parchment laying around blank with nothing written on it, scattered about. But it's really, it looks like the focus is on these pieces of flesh. And you can see where he's got pins and blades and using the ink, not for writing books, but rather drawing images of tattoos. It looks like it was some type of writing room originally, and the tools have been made into for the purpose of tattooing now, which is what he's been doing. You do see his shattered glasses on the floor beside his carcass as well. He had poor eyesight, I guess. But you notice that too. Otherwise, she doesn't really pick up on anything regarding the tools. Now, Arthurian, as you listen cautiously at the door, your friends are moving around and making noise here and there. They're not being as quiet as you wish they would be, but you don't hear anything on the other side of this door. It could be safe. Perhaps it is. Farley. Remind me exactly what you were doing. Be a little more specific if you want. I think you were.
Well, yeah, what this creature was doing, whether this was like, marking for a religious purpose or trying to create undead from flesh and skin, like.
Judging from around the walls and the decorations and what he's been working on in front of him at the desk, it looks very creepy and ghoulish. It looks like he's been skinning, taking the flesh from bodies. And some of this flesh, you can't make out what it is. It doesn't look human. And he's just been cutting it up into these small squares and just to draw on. For what purpose? Who's to say? But some of this flesh actually looks very, very fresh. Particularly a pale, human-colored flesh. Patch, if you will. And it looks like it was the last thing he was working on, in fact. The image on it seems like a pair of lines crossing each other with a half moon to the right. But doesn't make sense to you. You can't discern what it means, but yeah. Perhaps a sickening pastime or hobby of this creature. Who's to say?
Describe the last thing. It was a pair of lines with a half moon.
It was a pair of crossed lines, almost like a crooked X. And next to it was what looks like a half moon. The most round side being on the far right. Don't make me draw it for you.
No, I got it.
And that's going to knock off another 10 minutes.
We'll heal him, though.
All right, Arthurian, again?
Yeah.
All right, another heal spell on the way, Arthurian.
So,
Pick a level and go ahead and do that.
let's give him 2d10.
Well, that's
That's the heightened 3. Or 3 action heal. So everybody gets 11 points if you're damaged.
okay. I think the 2 action would have been better. But that's okay. If there's anything undead around, they just took damage. Arthurian, you hear screams from beyond the door.
Speaking of which, I'm going in that door.
All right, I'm only kidding. But anyway. All right, so Arthurian's going to attempt to open this door. What are the rest of you doing?
Just a question. We're assuming that detect magic is always going, so there's no auras in this room?
When you're in exploration mode, it's always going. And we're in exploration mode. She's casting it repeatedly because it's a cantrip. You can do that. And it's so if anything, what was it? Detect magic?
Mm-hmm.
Or that was, who was using detect magic?
Farley.
Yeah, Farley.
Yeah, that's Farley. Thea's using search. As is Sheppy.
Yep.
And Arthurian is at +1 because he's scouting ahead. So any encounters are going to give you guys all +1. I think we forgot to add that to the encounter before, but that's okay. All right.
But as Arthurian lifts that, or tries to get into that door, he'll look around at everybody. We should also go back and search the other door. Might be something up there as well.
Yeah. I agree.
And while you say this, the door creaks open. Well, that was a sickly door, actually, wasn't it?
Dane drop. Well, yeah. Arthurian drops his maul, seeing the grotesque sight, and he looks over to Sheppy. Don't let her see this.
Ahead of you, Arthurian, you see a desk. Looks like an office. Seemingly repurposed into a messy butcher's block. A shiny silver hatchet comes into sight. It's wedged in the top of the desk, just stuck in there. Bits of decaying, pale flesh lie strewn about the floor. A heap of what looks like armor, clothing, lies to the left. As does another door. What do you do?
I will step in, take the hatchet, and since I've seen Dane before, do I recognize any of the armor as Dane's as I'm picking up the hatchet?
You do. You also recognize armor that could have been worn by Magnolia. Devon.
Oh, lads.
You wouldn't have seen Devon. I don't think you met Devon. He wasn't at the meeting either. I don't think.
No.
No.
The only people that Arthurian have seen is Dane and Maggie.
Right. Possibly Magnolia, but definitely you see familiar pieces of armor and cloth worn by Dane. They're soaked in blood. It's kind of grotesque to look at. The axe that you hold in your hand seems particularly light and nice to hold. You seem compelled to look closer at it, almost.
I will take the hatchet. I'll sling the maul, and I will pull out my shield and wield this hatchet.
Okay, let me drag that to your character sheet. Let's move this over here.
Farley, if you can, I want to hide your eyes when you come in this room. It's not pretty.
Sheppy covers Althea's eyes as we pass through the room. Don't look. Don't look. It's there. Best you don't see. Because we know she'd have a problem going in there.
Okay, that's on your character sheet, Arthurian.
I'd also like to take a piece of Dane's last wall livery as well.
You do, in fact, find that. You do find the livery, the heraldry, the symbol of soldiers that served in Lastwall. You do see it. It looks like it could have been part of that livery. All right, you do so. You can make a note that you have that.
Got it.
And what are the rest of you doing as Arthurian explores this chamber?
Sheppy wants to listen at the door to the south.
Okay. You can do that. What are you doing, Arthurian?
Oh, I'm gonna open this door up by me.
Okay. Farley?
Farley is going to head into the room with Arthurian
Okay, go ahead. Move there.
and begin casting Read Aura and target this hatchet that was on the table.
Put that in the chat.
Okay.
I sense evil.
Farley, if you know any prayers, lad, I want to start saying them.
This is something you could repeatedly cast. Are you switching to that as opposed to detect magic, or are you going to just one-time this aura magic spell?
I'm just gonna one-time it.
Okay, just so I know. You sense evocation about this hatchet. Commonly used on runes and things to enhance their striking and damage abilities. It's typical of magic weapons in particular. But evocation would be the school. You don't sense any dark, cursed, magical energies whatsoever. Yes, so that's what you get from your read aura. Now, let's get back to Arthurian. You were listening at this door, did you say? Or are you just opening it?
Both.
Okay. Let's do that first. You can do this too, Sheppy, if you're listening at that door. You hear what sounds like a creaking noise, but only briefly. Arthurian.
Farley. He's gonna look to Farley. I hear something moving. Are you ready, lad?
And Sheppy, you hear what sounds like squeaking. Like rodents. Easy to identify. Something on the other side of the door. Squeaking.
Snacks! Snacks behind door!
Okay, Arthurian, coming back to you, the door opens. Heaps of slowly decaying bodies hung from the ceiling, stacked along the sides, seem to reveal that this former bedroom currently is being used as a sort of gruesome meat locker. You see one of the bodies hanging from the ceiling on some type of hook. As it pierces through its chest and between its shoulders, you can see the end of this spike protruding from its chest. A naked body. It seems to be in motion, oh so gently, creaking back and forth. And then it comes still and motionless. Sheppy, did you open the door?
No. I was just listening.
Okay. It looks like there's some type of creatures hanging from these hooks. They all look humanoid. 4 of them have a very gray, pale look to their flesh and are, for the most part, they look very decayed. However, one seems very pale white. Doesn't look as decayed as the others. Stripped down to its bare flesh. It looks like it could be human. Perhaps. Other bodies lay all against the sides as well. They're totally unidentifiable. You can't tell. What do you do?
Male or female?
Male. What do you do, Arthurian? I need your initial reaction, and then I'll go to the other characters.
God's mercy, Farley.
And
You stay in there.
there is a powerful stench emanating from this room. I should mention that. You can imagine. Farley, how do you react? You're right there next to Arthurian. You can peer inside. I'll bring you in just briefly so you get an idea. Yikes. What do you do, Farley? Althea comes sneaking up behind. Did you find Dane? Is Dane in there? What of the cleric? Maggie!
Lass, you don't want to see this. You don't want to see this, lassie.
Do you prevent her from entering the room, Farley? The small...
Yes, I'm going to, as best as I can, because Farley is horrified and in shock at this humanoid meat locker.
Okay. So you prevent her from entering the room? There's no...
Yeah.
You don't have to grab her or anything. She's not trying too hard to get into here. Sheppy, what are you doing? You've backed up onto the table now.
I want to peek in.
He comes sneaking in between the gnome and the elf and hops upon the table, looking over the dwarf, peering into this room that's lit only by the glowing maul, which you did drop. I imagine you picked back up. It is your source of light. And this is what you
I
see.
didn't, and it's on my back.
All right. That's the source of light. Do you want your back glowing?
Well, yeah, because they don't need to see this.
Okay, I got you. In which case, yeah.
But no, but something that I should have mentioned is he would have extended his shield for Farley to put light on instead as soon as he slung his maul. If Farley wanted to.
Put it on his shield instead.
All right, so he's got light once again. Door's open.
I hate to be the morbid one, but Arthurian's gonna step in, see if he can identify either Maggie or Dane.
Yeah.
For one thing, the floor is somewhat slippery. Blood. It is very filthy conditions, to say the least. Blood is everywhere, both fresh and otherwise. Do you touch the bodies? You can get close. You can see, again, 4 of these bodies hanging from the ceiling on hooks. Again, piercing various parts of their torso. You have never seen these creatures before. They're man-sized, but very pallid-looking flesh, very gray, I should say, and sickly-looking, in various forms of decay. And in some cases, one is missing an arm and is just rotted. As far as the human type, the one that looks more human, it's more of a human color. It's definitely male, stripped bare. It has a hook through his chest. You can see it is indeed a man. And as you look up, trying to identify the head, and it's a good 2 feet away from you. You have to really reach up to grab it.
Yeah, I'll try to identify it.
You don't recognize the person, but it's definitely a man, a beard, caked blood all over his face. He's got battle wounds. You can see where there was claw rips in the flesh along the chest and in the arm. But you don't recognize him.
Oh, heavens mercy, thank you. It doesn't look like Dane. Can't find Maggie either. Perhaps they have another storage facility.
Sheppy wants to see if I can identify the unknown creatures with recall knowledge.
Society. You've definitely seen these creatures before. If not recently, in the past. You've both heard of them, you've seen images, and you've actually encountered them before. They are what is known as Morlocks. They dwell below ground. They're very sensitive to natural sunlight or any kind of light. They prefer the darkness and the shadows. You've encountered these before. or you think you have, in this very gauntlight. But yeah, they're Morlocks.
Growlgast was their king.
I don't think Sheppy encountered them. I know Valafor did, but I don't think Sheppy
Okay.
did. But they're known as Morlocks. Evil, vile creatures, the size of humans. They live underground with big, bulbous eyes. So you've heard. But you have seen them before in your past. Well, that's it. Does anybody else come into the chamber?
No, and I'm going to prevent Althea from coming in as well.
Okay. All right, you've spent a good 10 minutes in this chamber now, searching and looking at the bodies. And... Is there anything else?
No, after a few minutes,
I think that
Arthurian will come out and he will sort of pull out Althea back into the main room.
All right, you guys can vacate there. Put yourselves where you want.
There ain't nothing in there, Lassie. Come on.
Sheppy's gonna put a couple of the tattooed pieces in his bag to take back to town.
Couple of what?
Couple of the tattoos to see if he can get them identified in town when we go back.
Should we go back and search the other chamber?
Snacks behind door south.
Snacks.
Squeaky snacks. I heard them.
Rats, you say?
No, treats.
Rats only eat dead things, lad.
Rat treats. Yummy.
You all see our Arthurian wipe a tear from his eye.
Still no proof. No proof yet. So I heard rats behind that door if you want to open it and see what's in there.
Well, like I said, do we want to do that, or do we want to search the other chamber? The one by the corridor. Search it real fast and then come back down.
Alright, let's do it.
Fritz, I'm gonna head up to the chamber. That door there,
Okay.
and open it.
I don't think it'll let you go through the door. You could try. Let me open it.
No, but it was wishful thinking.
Mm-hmm. There you go. You can move yourself up there. And what are the rest of you doing? Put yourself in position where you'd be. As close as you can. You don't all have to be in a proper marching order at this point, but just, so I know where you're at. And I assume you shut this door so Althea can't go in there.
Mhm.
You must protect her. She is a little child, after all. Oh, well, I'm sorry. She's a gnome. Terrible, terrible.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Rachel. What a terrible thing to say.
She'll have words.
She will. Let's listen.
Also weird.
Let's listen at this door. Go ahead, perception check that. Nothing. Silence. Doesn't look like it's locked. It looks like a normal latched door you can lift up and open and see. What do you do? You guys want to open the door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. There's no reaction from the room as the door opens. Arthurian steps forward. There's a corner to the left. You see a table up ahead, Arthurian. And as you peer into the chamber, it goes to the west. 3 plain beds have been awkwardly stacked against the west wall, that's to your left, of this room, leaving the room for a single low table heaped with foul-smelling chunks of flesh and bone. Some of it is quite fresh, in fact. Some bones are on the floor, covered in blood. But you see nothing else. And what I'll do is I'll move him in. And he describes this scene to you. Sheppy, I assume you're right behind him.
Yep.
I'll bring the rest of you outside of this horrid tattoo parlor. Close the door as you investigate this new chamber. So, that's what you see.
Where's Althea currently?
She's kind of in the back with Farley. He's kind of keeping an eye on her, but she won't have anything of it. She says, I'm an adventurer now. Leave me alone.
Miss Althea, what you see here will follow you for the rest of your days, lass.
And those are cots piled on the west wall there. You could see them just thrown there. It looks like they're not being used. But this table was at one point.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah. What would you like to do?
Go check the other door, I guess.
I guess that's what we're doing.
And where was that?
Alright.
What door is
The
this?
tattooer's room.
Yes, the southern door there.
All right, you guys can come on in and move yourself there. Well, we'll open the door. This is what you see. You can all click on the torch.
How odd.
See this long corridor?
No Maggie, no Dane. Althea, you can see this one, lassie. It's good.
Stop it, Arthurian. I'm not a child. She pushes her
Sorry,
way.
lassie.
She pushes her way forward, past Arthurian to peer down, then quickly hides behind him. You see this very long corridor, 5 foot wide. And
Be careful of traps there, Arthurian.
so, just as a reminder, anybody with the search activity is spending their time traveling, keeping their eyes open for things like that.
Okay.
I'll make secret checks for them if they come close to one. So, yeah, there is that. That's one of the values of that search exploration activity. Highly usable. And right now I've got Thea and Sheppy. You're both searching. So, yeah. I will let you know. Unless you fail.
So, what do we want to do? Do we want to push on this way, or try to take on Bad News Bear down there?
I'm gonna take a walk down this way, see if maybe they moved Dane or Maggie down there.
All right, you're going down the corridor, this 5-foot wide, creepy, claustrophobic type corridor. You're all in your marching order now. Unless Shippy wants to be in the front. I have you at the back still. You want to remain there?
Put me behind Arthurian. You could put Althea at the back.
You begin to move further and further, deeper and deeper down this corridor. You see a door up ahead. Another door up ahead. Arthurian.
Where on earth could they be, Shippy? They're not up in that butcher's pit.
Possibly prison down here, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking, laddie. Yeah, I will head to the door and take a rather dynamic approach. I'm not going to listen this time. I'm just going to open it.
Okay. All right, you approach this door without hesitation this time. You reach for the latch. And you push. You push open this door. Arthurian.
Oh, its breath is just another foray.
A plain, circular room is empty and stands before you. This small, circular room. An image of moss-caked skulls adorn the eastern wall, however. Let me rephrase that. An image of a moss-caked skull adorns the eastern wall of the circular room.
Odd. Does anyone recognize?
Not
I do.
lad.
This is the symbol of Nimbola. And this is something that Belcora was worshipping. So whatever is in this room is probably very important to her. Or Belcora was very important to them.
Sounds dangerous.
What do you think, Farley? Should we continue down this way, see if we can find them, or should we go back and try another route?
I do have a good portion of my spells, but this will take
Oh.
a lot of them, very likely, if there's something here.
Althea's got a few healing spells. And I still have quite a bit of spells, too.
Farley, this one's your call. You know this place better than I. Do we continue down this way or double back?
No. We're diving in.
I do find it rather odd that I doubt they would move bodies this far. Also, Fritz, I'd like to look on the ground, see if I can find maybe a blood trail. See if there's any, like, trail of fresh blood.
You step into the chamber. The floor is solid, natural stone. Not natural in the sense that it's hasn't been built. This is a constructed stone. You see the blocks. And it's fairly clean, which is unusual from the outside of the chamber. You don't see any blood stains, no trails. Nothing has passed through here in quite a while, it seems.
no trail here, Farley. If they were that wounded, surely they'd be bleeding. There ain't nothing on the stone in this alleyway that says they've been here.
Farley just stares at the doorway, at the skull looking, the blank eye sockets looking back into their eyes.
You've seen this image, or at least had it described to you. This is very reminiscent of the symbol of Nimbalath. And as you mentioned yourself, actually. But what do you do? It makes you uneasy, Farley, looking at it. And even though it has no natural eyes, they're just empty sockets. It feels as though it is staring deep into your soul. You almost have to shake your head before looking at it again.
I look back at Arthurian and then at Sheppy, and then I see Althea in the back. Let's turn around. They're not down this way. I don't think so.
Unsettling.
Aye, lad. Double back. Let's go.
Seeing the look in his eye does not look good. Oh,
No. And with that, we're going to take a very short break as you head back up there. So yeah, if you want to take a 5-10 minute break, do so now. As long as everybody's still good. I'm going to go to the intermission. All right, here we are once again. There's our players. Arthurian, Farley, Sheppy, Kyle, Patrick, and Jesse. Ready to pick up where we left off.
Hello there.
we are back.
That was my best Obi-Wan Kenobi impression I could give at the moment. Apologies.
I think we're good. All right, you vacated that 5-foot wide claustrophobic corridor to the south, passed through the little tattooing area, stepping carefully over this corpse, some type of ghoulish creature that almost done you in. Trying to solve the mystery of your fallen friends. So far to no avail, although you do have some clues, you do have some hints. Fresh bodies, one of which human, hanging from hooks inside of what looks like a meat locker. Stacks of bodies. With who? You don't know. Morlocks. You do know that. You also have evidence. Bits of pieces of armor. One which surely must be Dane's. You recognize it, Arthurian. Perhaps the other armor is the cleric. Maybe even Magnolia. It's hard to tell. Can only be sure of Dane's livery. Needless to say, you vacated those rooms and are now standing once again outside in this corridor leading to the library ahead to the west. Arthurian is intent on finding a blood trail. Something, some type of evidence. Where could the bodies have been taken if not here? What would they do with them? It seems like they used that room to store bodies, but there's no bodies in there. Where is Dane? Maybe they live. Maybe they're not dead, you think to yourselves. False hope, maybe. What do you do?
I say we check the safety room.
Searching for a blood trail.
Dane, you give me a blind perception check. Sheppy, you move to the door. You see a latch. It's easy to open, and you do so. There inside, you see this small, long chamber running north to south.
A quick take a look and see if anything is give me a clue.
Several buckets of sand and a number of large barrels crowd this very cramped storeroom, marked safety. A simple wooden case with a closed lid is attached to the back of the door, which is now empty. Whatever was in it is gone. Nothing else seems of significant interest. Although,
Yeah.
make a. What's your lore skills?
My lore is underworld. Yeah, underworld.
Make a society roll.
Blind?
Yeah. This room is marked safety, as you know, but you can tell right away by the contents of this room, the sand in particular, this was some type of where they kept supplies to prevent fires. Sand. That's how you put out fires. Buckets. Barrels. Empty. Perhaps they held water. You think maybe they did. Seems that's what it was for. Dan, you look left and right, keeping your eyes to the floor as you move forward, your glowing shield. Every once in a while, you pick up what looks like blood. And in some cases, it is blood. But you also see what looks like goo, slime. You also see all around you the bodies. Or where the bodies fell, I should say. Not the bodies, but if you remember, there was a... well, you don't remember this, Arthurian, but there was a battle in here. I should mention that those bodies of those ghoulish creatures are nowhere to be found in here. There was a bunch that were felled in this chamber. According to Althea and Sheppy, you know this. You felled them. Ash. There's no evidence of those bodies, but Arthurian is able to pick up evidence of those bodies in the form of the blood and the slime and the gook and the ash. It hasn't been thoroughly cleaned. Unfortunately, this makes it difficult to try and track bloodstains or trails where bodies could be taken. You don't see drag marks per se. At least it's not too obvious that that's what it could be. So there is that. So now you stand in this 15-foot wide corridor, a glowing room chamber to the south with a name over the door, which you'd have to get closer to read. What do you do?
I'd like to head over to the workroom, see if I can open it.
Okay. You move towards this area. Althea speaks up. Oh, that door was locked. I remember. I tried.
I have a mole, lassie. It won't be locked for long.
and it is indeed locked. If you would like to try and force it open, you could try that.
I will.
You could try. Well, nobody has lock picks to attempt it. You have to be trained. If you're going to try and force it, go ahead and make an athletics check to force open. You could destroy the door, you could force it open and it will remain workable, or you could fail miserably. In your case, thump. Nothing. It doesn't even budge.
Ain't gonna be one of those types of doors, eh?
I get behind him and I give him a shove into the door.
You want to take another shot at it?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Unless you did already? No, you didn't. Go ahead.
I will hero point this one if I have to.
Okay.
I'm going to.
Okay, you are. Oh.
God, I hate my dice.
You better change the color or something. Something to influence change. Anything.
Yeah, I don't think the pink is working for you.
Could be. Nope. Thud. You land against the door. All right, so that took a little bit of time as Arthurian crashes into this, trying to break it down.
I'm
Yeah.
about to just take them all out and start swinging.
You could try and destroy the door. That's a whole different thing. Where you attack the door, it has a break value and all this stuff. That can take time, and it's also quite noisy.
Yeah, I think we will be attacked if you do that.
Yeah. Alright, well, that didn't work. Have you searched the area to the north at all, Shippy?
We got it to about the corner and we turned around and came to the south.
Well, there's too much blood in here for me to get a blood trail, so what do we do now?
I say kill the ghoul. Riley,
Farley,
what you...
what do you think?
Were you, Sheppy and Althea, were you in this other room called repair storage yet?
I think Althea looked in it and didn't see anything. And she just closed it and she moved on to this door and couldn't open it. If I
just
remember.
find it,
Yeah, from last time.
I just find it very strange. This area is almost more akin to like a business rather than a, you know, a place where, for lack of a better term, a villain should be hanging out. This is supposedly where, you know, Bakura and her minions made their last stand, and yet here's people working on their own projects and repairing books.
They're preparing for something.
I know.
They're gearing up for some sort of assault.
Probably to attack Otari. That's why we're here, to stop them.
Except for now, we have to find Maggie.
Ending.
But mostly Maggie.
No, we're getting Dane too.
So now the main question is, if they're not in that meat locker, Where the hell else can they be?
Well, there is a door behind. You can see it to the south. Possibly. Through there.
Alright, but if you're making and taking skin to make tattoos, why would you drag a body that far south?
To the Canker, which they were talking about. So,
Think this Canker has Maggie and Dane?
Maybe. Maybe.
Should we give
Well,
it
if
a
I
try,
was-
Farley?
Say again?
Should we give it a try? Going south.
If we wish to search for Maggie and the rest, I think north would be actually our better bet. I imagine they would run away from the things pursuing them. And if you
But if
say,
they were captured, I'm thinking they were captured.
that makes more sense. Then I would
Because
say
they
our
were
best.
unconscious.
Yeah. Then south is probably our better bet.
Alright, I'm geared up for a fight. Well, if they were taken and their bodies are not up there, then looks like we have to find this Canker. Oh, mercy.
I gotta check out the spells here. Okay. Oh boy. She's only got one heal left.
Don't use it.
Yeah.
Just as you make that decision and begin to form up and get yourself ready, you hear a door. To the south. What do? Do you pause? Do you move forward? Do you run for your lives, never to return?
Do we see anything in the doorway?
Whatever you
Yeah,
see is
we could see the doorway.
whatever you see is what you see. Now, mind you, bright light is 20 feet. And that glow down there obscures things. That's all considered dim. So there is shadows. You don't see things clearly. If you want to really see, you'll have to move forward.
Well, something's obviously down there.
I would like to begin taking the seek action,
Okay.
and I have an ability that like basically doubles the range.
Okay. A whisper elf. An ancestry heritage. As you look and peer in that direction, to you, elf, everything is bright light. And you clearly see, now that your attention has been drawn to the south, you see stepping into the chamber in the south, 1, 2 of these ghoulish creatures, similar to the one you saw previously and fought. But wait, there's more. There was a third one. This one is adorned in robes, and he's at the center of these three, and they're all stepping forward till they get to about this point. If you can see them on the map, you can see them. And of course, I have to bring your tokens out to properly see what I'm talking about. Let's do that. Farley, tell you're the first I'm going to bring out. You should be able to click on your token and see with proper vision. Sheppy, you have dark vision. I'm going to put you behind the elf temporarily because you'll be able to see much further. And let me grab Arthurian, who's a little closer than he should be. He should be right at that little torch. Let me back him up a little bit, actually. And who did I miss? Althea. So whatever you can see on the map is what you see, and it's coming from the south. And you see these ghoulish creatures. They seem to have entered the chamber below in the south. This glowing round room. They have just entered, and they spot you as you've spotted them. And now, we're going to roll initiative.
Brace for contact, lads. And lady.
Hey! Oh.
Do we get +1 to our initiative?
Somebody is... Yeah, Arthurian grants you this. He was the first one to see these foes, and everybody prepare. There in the south. I see them. So yeah, everybody gets a +1. So I think I have to change your initiative. First up is Farley Tell, who's got the jump on everybody.
All right. So, Farley turns and see these three approaching, and he begins stepping forward.
Who put the template on there?
It's me,
Okay,
and you'll see why in a moment.
I will.
And sees these three popping out and goes, well, unfortunately for you all, you've just made the worst mistake of your lives. And he is going to cast Vomit Swarm.
Ooh, and they understand you. They stop and they pause and they tilt their head as if understanding your words. Whether they mean anything is a different story. But they definitely understand. You belch forth a swarm of magical vermin. You evoke and shape the creatures from your imagination, allowing you to change the appearance of the creatures. Typically a mix of centipedes, roaches, wasps, and worms. But this doesn't change the effect of the spell. The vermin swarm over anyone in the area. This is a 30-foot cone. Wow. Their bites and stings, dealing anyone in the area 2d8 piercing damage. Basic reflex save, of course. A creature that fails its saving throw also becomes sickened 1. Once the spell ends, the swarm disappears. And it lasts for, well, it's a one-shot deal.
Yeah.
Wow. Save, basic reflex save. And any failure results in sickened 1. Okay. Wow. All right, that's 2 actions. Let me make some saves here. And then you can describe this in detail for me.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, go ahead and describe it as you step forward, muttering these words of threatening behavior, and throw out the spell.
Yeah, so Farley doesn't actually vomit up anything, but rather arcane energy begins wisping off of their fingertips throughout the room, and you see all of these creatures like spiders and rats that live here naturally become swiftly enchanted by him and quickly fall to his side, and he unleashes them forward with a blast of arcane energy to attack his enemies quickly.
Hundreds, thousands of these little squirming creatures appear in front of Farleytel, the elven wizard. As he steps forward in their presence, you can see this, and these creatures just swarm over these ghoulish creatures, and they begin to fight. You can see there's no actual fear in their glowing red eyes, and they begin to howl and scream as these things are biting at them relentlessly. Go ahead and roll damage for the one on the right. Just roll it. Let's see what happens. Okay, 9 points. 9 points of piercing damage to the one on the far right, the one in the middle as well. I think we'll keep the same value you rolled for each one, just for simplicity. He also takes the damage. I made the save throws for them. And the one on the far left actually didn't take any damage. Or no. He takes half. Okay. So yeah, that's what happens.
Are they sickened one? I think they're sickened two.
The two on the one on the right and the middle are sickened. You made the ghouls sickened.
Yeah, very weird, but
Yeah. Well, they're not immune to. So well done, and that was 3 actions. You're done, right?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. What level is that spell?
2.
Nice. You just got it then.
Yep.
Festalapukanang. Festering beetles. The one in the middle and the one on the right. It doesn't matter. The other one suffered a lot of bites. They're just taking them off until eventually the bugs begin to disappear and fade into the ether. This was all magic. Next up is irritable. In the common tongue, he raises his hands after the bugs fade away. He gets his composure, and he looks into your eyes, elf, and he begins to weave with his hands, and begins to mutter strange sounds, sounds that are not so arcane, but rather spoken in common tongue. Words begin to hit your ears. You will fall down, elf. Fall down, lay prostrate before me. And he's going to command you to go prone. Your knees begin to bend. Your arms fall down to your side briefly, but then you shake your head. No, no. You fight off the command. You fight off the words. He cannot command you. You are an elven wizard. You stand up unaffected. Darn it. It's twice I failed, he says to himself. But wait, there's more. He's going to take a step action because he wants to step into the light, and he moves forward just 5 feet. Conservative. Where? There he is. He's up next. He goes, yes! And he looks at you, dwarf, or elf, but he doesn't totally come towards you and make within reach. He stops short, and he pauses. So he basically just moved forward about 10 feet. Next, Sheppy.
Let's see.
What's your move, 25?
25. flaming sphere in the room on this guy. On conservative.
Okay.
DC 19 reflex save.
Success. Anything happen?
No damage, but the sphere is in his square.
Arthurian,
Right.
your friends
I'm going
of...
to
Go ahead.
sudden charge. Down here by this guy.
Okay.
Boy, did he book it.
Called sudden charge for a reason. I just bellowed and went at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I get one attack as part of that, Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
The fastest dwarf ever.
25.
25 is going to... Where is he?
Crit.
Yes. Critical hit as you wail into this guy with your maul.
With all his weight, going 100 miles an hour.
Yep.
Well, it's not the maul. I'm using my new hatchet. 12 points of damage.
12 points of slashing damage on this ghoulish creature.
Does it do extra damage because of something? Evocation?
And it sizzles as it hits its flesh and seems to do more damage than even is possible. But yes, you cut this creature down and it collapses to the stone below. Success. You have one more action.
Arthurian's gonna look to the guy in the blue light. See that, lad? That's about to be your fate if you don't tell me where my friends are at.
Come to your doom, dwarf.
That's what she said the last time I was in town.
All right. You done?
I was trying to intimidate him, Fritz.
Oh, okay. Let's have an intimidation roll. Let's see what
I guess it
happens.
wasn't that intimidating.
Nah, it totally went over my head completely. It's like I said, he just hisses at you. Come to your doom, dwarf. Give us your flesh, one way or
Want it?
another.
Come and take it.
All right, with that, we're going to go to Althea. One thing, though, I got to come back to Arthurian. I need you to make... Well, no, I won't tell you to make it. I'll make it for you.
If it's a will save, remember that I have bravery.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. As you come into the room, Arthurian, and make your deadly blows and scream profanities and threats at this more central ghoulish creature standing in the center of the light, suddenly, as you finish saying what you say, you start to feel dark energy enter your body. Pain erupts. You take 10 points of negative damage as suddenly you feel this piercing pain between your ears, and you just feel horrified all of a sudden, but it hurts. It's painful. You take 10 points of negative damage. All right, now we'll get back to Althea. Go ahead and do it with your second action.
All right, she's going to cast Sound Burst, and that's the template.
Ah,
They each have to make a Fortitude save.
okay.
19 DC.
Fortitude save. Put that in the chat so I can...
It's right there.
All right, I see it. Okay, let's do the guy in the middle. Failure.
Is it critical failure or just a failure?
Just
All
failure.
right, so he's deafened,
Oh,
He takes damage. 12 points.
sound burst. Let me drag that. Ah! His hands go to his ears and he begins to bend over the waist. Pain erupts within. Now the other guy.
Ears start bleeding. Yep.
Oh, how much damage? Sorry.
2d10.
Did you roll it?
He took 12. 12.
DC 19. Fortitude, did you say? No.
Fortitude, yeah. DC 19.
What does this sound like? Is this just a loud explosion?
Yeah.
Ah.
Cacophonous noise blasts out, dealing 2d10 damage. Each
That's my
creature.
thunderclap right there, Fritz.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what it is. She never used it before.
All right, no fatalities. Let me go grab that deafened again for the other one. You've deafened him. As this big explosion erupts in this area right here. Boom. Oh, yeah, you all hear this. The area echoes with this blast that occurs well up ahead in this chamber. But definitely not being stealthy here. That was noticeable. All right, and she's done?
Boom.
Yeah.
She's done.
All right, we're going to go to round 2. Coming back around to Farley Tell, the nimble elf.
Farley is going to take some of the fractal light that is being emitted in this room and sort of absorb it into their hands before launching it forward in a ball of fire and cast Produce Flame at this dude.
Okay. It hits.
Right.
Nice.
12 points normal, or fire damage. 12 points.
That's just a cantrip.
And he turns to ash as he is incinerated. Another victim of fire. Excellent.
And then Farley is going to cast Shield on themselves.
Irritable. And he is very irritable at the moment. You guys are crushing him. You're crushing them. You're full of confidence. Come forward, deeper into this chamber. You think to yourselves. He's going to start this off with some weaving of magic once again. Looking at you, elf. Paying no mind to the dwarf. He turns back to you, seeing the real threat at the moment to him. See his hands come together into a clap motion and pull away his fingers inward, and then towards you, both palms reach towards you. And as he does, this green ray begins to appear between his palms, and with a single word and a motion of his palms together, it forms a ball that forms a line that aims directly towards the center of the forehead of this elf. What's your armor class?
It should be 18 now.
Yes, I see it. It is a critical hit.
Oh.
This magical ray. You get to make a... I'll let you make this. It's a fortitude save. You suddenly feel yourself overcome as this ray pierces your brain, this green ray, and your body just becomes limp and you start to sway momentarily. But you catch yourself. You're not sure you can even think clearly at this moment. You are enfeebled too.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
I got it. Which means you take a status penalty equal to the value on strength-based rolls in DC, such as strength-based melee attack rolls, strength-based damage rolls, and athletics. Something that was stupid to use on you because you're an elf and a wizard and you don't use strength-based checks ever in your life. But I did it anyway because I feel good. I feel good. I have a reason. So, yes.
In case
All
he
right.
loses his mind, starts attacking with his
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah. It turns to face you briefly, not even really paying much attention to you, but it does turn briefly. It turns its head, and its right arm behind its back shoots some kind of dark energy. It's like you can see it. You can see these tendrils of black, purplish strings with a bright light through the center of it, almost like electricity. But it aims right towards you, dwarf. And you're going to make a basic fortitude save because there's damage. There's damage. There's damage. Make a fortitude save.
20.
Pretty good, dwarf. However, it is not enough. You take 4 points of negative energy damage. Very familiar pain because you just encountered it earlier. Suddenly, his arms drop out to the sides, not touching his sides, but kind of at an angle. He looks up into the blue glow of this room. And again, he's kind of standing in the middle of this. If you remember, there's this ribbon moving about, this little cylinder-like area, which is about 5 feet and is emanating with this blue energy. He's standing in the midst of this, and he stares up. And he begins to almost look like he's in some type of bliss as his eyes close momentarily. And he feels invigorated. You can see it in his eyes as once again he looks in your direction, enfeebled elf. I go to Sheppy.
Okay, he's going to maintain his flaming sphere and move it into his square.
Okay. And
Reflex.
failure. It's not critical.
That's
Ouch.
15.
15 points. Very nice.
And then for his other 2 actions, he is going to cast his focus spell. I get an 18.
Elemental toss. Alright, so that's a spell attack. You have to do his armor class. Alright, you hit.
18.
Hit, that's normal.
$11.
11 points of bludgeoning damage or fire damage. Sorry, 11 points. 12?
12 points. Plus another one because it's my focus, so it's +2.
All right, it's not looking good. He's feeling the fire. He's feeling the pain after a blissful moment was not to last. You're up next, Arthurian.
Step up here and I'm going to swing at him with my hatchet.
Okay.
29.
That is critical. Critical. Ah!
Finish him off.
10 points of damage.
Maybe more.
describe your kill.
Nice.
Seeing the elemental toss, Arthurian, very upset that he has not found his friends, will run over. He'll bury his hatchet in the gut of the enemy, causing it to bend over. Then he's going to take the rim of his shield and deliver a vicious uppercut. Pang! He's going to rip the hatchet out, jump up, and bury it right between his eyes. And as he falls, Arthurian lands on his feet. I told you, get down, you bastard! Bugger.
Good job.
I'm going to rip the axe out, stand there defiantly, putting my boot on over its head. Aha! Told you I'd get you, you bastard.
As he falls and his body crumples around this light, collapses and goes silent, finished off by the dwarf's magnificent blow. You hear the hum of this room, pierced by the screams of the dwarf. As suddenly he falls to one knee after felling this creature. You take 9 points of negative damage. Next we go to Althea.
She is going to cast heal on the dwarf. Yep, I'm going to do a 2-action heal.
All right, that would be 2d10 at plus 8.
So that's 21 hit points back.
Oof, give yourself 21 hit
29.
points.
She will cast Cat Shield.
Farley, what do you do?
You said there's ribbons floating around the ceiling?
There is this central ribbon. It's blue and it's glowing. It's pulsing. That stretches from the ceiling to the floor. Not touching the ceiling or floor, but it's in there and it's moving.
So there's a blob in the center of this, right next to Arthurian, right there.
You mean
Yeah, that sphere thing.
the ribbon?
Yeah.
That's where the glow's coming from.
Yeah.
You've seen this. Well, you haven't actually. You remember this. This is the same exact thing that you saw above in that one chamber where Dane was fighting the shadow creature. In that one chamber beyond, it was a round room like this, and in the middle was this ribbon, and it was glowing and pulsing, and the whole room was glowing blue, if you remember. This is the same thing. That was Magnolia. Farley Tell wasn't there, but speaking meta, that's what I'm trying to describe to you. Same thing.
Mm.
And by the way, the sign over your head says reading room. Farley. This is the reading room.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll write that down.
Just throwing something out there.
What?
Well, to the other characters here. What if this is like if you took the gauntlight and you drilled a hole right down the middle of it, and every floor so far there has been a room glowing blue. Maybe this is like directly under the gauntlight. Maybe this is an extension of it. Because this room looks about the same width as the original room where we fought the blood creature. Just wonder. Does anyone else think that?
I mean, I thought that too, but I think it might have been bigger up there. Like the room was a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
It might have been. I'm trying to remember if Farley. I think Farley also fought the blood creature as well.
Sheppy
So-
didn't.
Yeah, that's why I'm like.
Nobody did, just you.
Yeah, that's true. It's only Farley at this point. Can I?
Excuse me.
closer and like try and figure out what's causing all this blue glowing?
Like a recall knowledge, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, let me see what you did. You did a action moving forward, and then you're going to cast or do a recall knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be arcane. Arcane.
Alright.
Arcane. We'll use arcane. And what exactly are you trying to find out?
What's causing all this like blue glow to happen?
Well, it's definitely emanating from the ribbon, and
Mm-hmm.
it seems to be something connected with what is above it and below it. As I described before early on, there was like little extensions, like sinews extending from both the top of the ribbon and the bottom of the ribbon that are actually penetrating into the floor and the ceiling. So although the ribbon isn't connected to the floor or the ceiling, those little sinews that extend from it are. And it is causing the glow. And it is a very dark, menacing energy, and you can feel it as you step into the room. You have one more action.
I'm gonna step into the light directly.
Okay. Standing right next to Arthurian, who's down on a knee at the moment. And as you step into this energy and look up, and look down and feel it, feel the darkness, you feel overwhelmed. The darkness and searing pain begins to pierce your entire body, from the bottoms of your feet to the top of your skull, your fingertips to your inner chest. You take 15 points of negative damage. Oh, the pain.
By the way, Althea's out of heal spells.
And that's why she saves magic. I don't let Jesse have control. Gone in one combat, everything drained, nothing left. That's okay. All right, and with that, we're going to go to Sheppy. You're up next, and then Arthurian. Let me check your conditions here, Farley. What do you have going on there?
Enfeebled.
We'll take that away. I'll look at that later. Sheppy, you're up. Actually,
All right, I'll
now.
drop the flaming sphere spell because Farley tells standing in the square with it. Throw a electric arc at it, at the ribbons.
It's not a creature. You can't target it. As far as you know, it's not a creature, but if you want to cast it, go ahead.
Yeah, just to see what it does.
All right, it has no effect whatsoever. You have one
Okay.
action remaining. Now you know it's not a creature.
Yep.
You just couldn't
So-
lock on.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if I recognize the magic involved?
You can. Maybe you can glean something new about it. You're not sure. It doesn't seem to be alive, but yet it moves like life. It has an energy about it, but you couldn't lock on to it with electricity. You've never really seen anything like this. It's strange. Strange.
So that's 3 actions for Sheppy.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Arthurian, you're up next.
Right, I'm gonna move down to this southern door, try to open it.
Okay. And
'Cause that's where the canker was coming out of.
yeah, that'd be true. Let me see here. Let me get on selection. Okay. Did you say you were listening or opening?
No.
Just
Just
opening?
He said he opened it.
Okay. There, a little over 5 feet away, you see another door.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a step into that corridor there.
All right. You're done. You enter this little claustrophobic tunnel. Okay, Althea, you're up next.
Yeah, she'll move into the square with
Okay.
Arthurian so she don't take damage from the light.
All right, so technically you're both flat-footed. All right, you can do that. Do you have another action? Because you moved at least 2 strides, but I think you had enough to get in that square and still have an action left.
She'll open the door.
Oh, okay.
Why not?
You probably wish you weren't flat-footed, but why not? Let's do that. So, in that little crowded doorway, you both peer inside. And yes, before you is a gruesome, sickening sight. The stench is overwhelming. Whatever this room's original use, today it seems to be serving as a horrific shrine. A rotting heap of fleshy material that seems to be composed of equal parts eyes, mouths, and skin lies in a stinking mound in the middle of the room. You could just see it. Surrounded by 24 tiny humanoid figures. Handcrafted figures, perhaps. Crafted out of what seems like small bones and tangles of knotted hair. And you see directly across from you, straight ahead of you. Yes, who would you be you come to worship? You hear shuffling feet out of sight to your left, but you see no motion. And with that, we're going to roll initiative. Brand new. Actually, no. We're going to keep your initiative. And instead, we're going to add some new participants. And I did say plural. So let's do that. And you just ended your turn opening that door, and you're both flat-footed. With Althea done, next up would be Excitable. It's done. We're going to go to the next round, which is round 5. That's going to be Righteous. The one directly in front of you, Arthurian and Althea. He's right in front of you. He spots you and he calls to you. Come inside and bring flesh. Worship with us. And he pauses for an action, saying that.
Where's Dane?
And with that, he kind of... Do you come for the canker? And he starts to get a little more serious now. And sinister looking, Arthurian. Answer me. And I'll allow you to answer. Keep it simple. What do you say?
So they're with the canker. Good to know.
You waste time.
I have some
Always
flesh.
surrender.
And with that, he lets out a horrifying hiss and stretches out a hand directly in your direction. And he spends an action to do some harm. You need to make a Fortitude save.
I don't think he's doing nothing to me, Fritz.
It's a critical success.
Yes, it is. You see this energy appear from his hands. Familiar energy. The ghoulish creature in the previous room that was just defeated did a similar thing. This energy comes at you, but has no effect on you. It totally misses its mark. And
That all you got, lad?
Farley, you're up next. As you're overwhelmed by this negative searing pain piercing your body as you stand here, what do you do?
So first thing I'm gonna do is get the hell out of that.
You gonna join the flat-footed party?
Can't see anything in there. So let's see, that was my first action. I am going to reach over to Arthurian and place my hand upon his back and give him that similar feeling of warmth and positivity as I cast Shattering Gem at first level.
Thank you, lad. You make me feel all warm and cozy.
That's a level 1 spell.
Yeah,
Do you have this prepared more than once?
I do.
All right. Awesome. All right, so that begins floating over your head. That familiar little gem.
Yeah.
Very useful. Is it level 2?
No, it is cast at first level this time.
All right, so I think that's it for you.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, next we're going to go to Sheppy. One thing, however. You're going to take 10 points of negative damage. Farley. As soon as you finish creating this spell above your friend, you feel the impact of this negative energy, which seems to be emanating in this room, once again overwhelm you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're still in the room.
I thought it was just because I was in the center.
And we'll go back to Sheppy. Oh, are you at 0?
Yep.
As soon as he finishes the arcane wordings, he falls down to a knee and then collapses completely to the ground, motionless and dying. You'll be dying 1 in this case. Oh! But you stepped forward past the elf.
Yeah. For my last action, I will try to intimidate Excitable 2.
As soon as you entered the room, he releases magic in your direction. You need to make a fortitude save. Oh. All right. As you feel "13 points of negative damage pierce your body as this creature to your left, just now appearing to you, lying in wait, casts this energy beam of darkness upon you. 13 points of negative damage hits you. And these two creatures are dressed very similar. to the ones you've seen earlier, the ones in the robes. They also have those robes, kind of like the image of the token. You can kind of see the robes on them, those red robes. And that's what they look like. Yes, yes. Did you see that?
Yep. It's like the one we just killed.
Yep. These are the robe dudes. And
That was two.
now after your 2 actions of movement, take your 3rd action.
Yeah, intimidate. Except this time I'll intimidate Righteous 3.
Okay. You're successful. That's going to make him... what was this called? Demoralize, I think? That's going to make him
Frightened 1.
frightened 1. Okay, Arthurian, you're up next. Sheppy stepped forward ahead of you, protecting you, casting magic.
I'm gonna move in front of Sheppy.
Okay.
That removes my flat-footed condition, right?
Yep. And we'll put Althea.
I'm gonna take 2 attacks. The one that he just demoralized.
Okay.
There we go.
17, Fritz.
That is a miss.
Well, let's try it again.
There we go.
25.
That's a solid hit. It's not critical.
Six points of slashing damage.
Which is also
Maybe
magical. Which is also magical, I believe, right?
Yeah. And unfortunately, guys, I'm going to have to get to bed. So for my next round, Fritz, I'm going to do 1 hit. And then if everybody's looking bad, I'm going to start pulling people out.
Arthurian rushed into the room, did some damage, which was also magical. I'll have to reveal some more information about his weapon, but yeah. Anyway, he did that, and he's done. We're going to go to Althea.
Alright, she's going to cast the Stabilize on Farley.
Okay, that'll take him out of the dying condition. He's just unconscious and prone and all that. Okay. He knows what to do.
Then she will cast Shield.
All right, this creature right here. Excitable. Is that his name? Yes. Come to worship with your flesh. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Shepai.
6.
He's got his eyes on you. All right, it's going to move forward to right here with a 5-foot step. Not that it matters. And he's going to reach out to you as if to claw at your flesh, siphoning energy from your body, perhaps. We shall see. His hand begins to glow, radiate, in fact. I'm going to make this roll for you. Okay. You're going to take 7 points. So, yeah, we need to half that. So you're going to take 4 points. Sorry. So add 3 back to your hit points. You only took 4. That was my bad. I did the save for you. Okay. And with that, he's done. We're going to go to round 6, and here we are once again. Righteous, the one directly in front of this dwarf. Let's see what he wants to do. He likewise wants to do a very similar attack. He's going to do so. I don't think that provokes an attack of opportunity. It might. Actually, I think it does. Which means he could have used it over here. Oh man, now I'm getting complex. He could do an attack of opportunity on this first creature. Now I'm going to say he would take it. If he knew it, Kyle would say take it. So let me grab Arthurian and make an attack of opportunity on that first attack with his weapon against this creature, casting Chill on Sheppy. And he hits. It's not a critical, which means it doesn't disrupt the spell. The spell goes through. But it does hit. So this creature is going to take some damage from Arthurian's.
You can make it public.
Yeah, I could. He got an 18 on the attack. Let me see if I can, actually. It sometimes doesn't let me. There it is. Let me see. Show to everyone. He got an 18. Let me switch this to public roll, and I'm going to roll his damage with his magical sword, or his maul, or axe. That's what it is. 6 points. 6 points on this creature.
Maybe more.
Maybe less. All right, now we go back to Righteous, who's actually doing the same exact thing, but can't be interfered with an attack of opportunity. Because he used it. So he's going to do the same thing. It's going to take 2 actions to do so. He's got to make a fortitude save. He crits it.
A crit.
15 won't do it. All right, we're going to go to the next persona, which is Farley Tell. Sorry that took so long, but here we are back again. Farley, you're still in the chamber.
Yep.
And as a result of that, 17 points of negative damage. What is your maximum hit points?
24.
All right. You're not instantly dead. So you're now dying 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Got to pull you out of there.
We're going to go to Sheppy.
Reach spell for 1 action and use Shocking Grasp on Righteous 3. I am going to hero point that.
Yeah, okay.
I get a 24.
24 is going to be... Should be on the thing here. What is it, 24?
Yeah.
It's not critical.
Yeah.
9 points. Next is going to be Arthurian. Now, Farley, let me double check. You're dying 1, but you should be dying 2 because you were wounded.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I never
When you
put that on.
When you stable, just change it to dying 2. Arthurian's at wounded 1. At this point, things are getting very desperate. You got this death waiting for you behind you, and Farley Tell's at the brink of that. And then you've got...
and Althea's next. She's going to try to pull him out of there so he's not taking damage anymore. And then she'll cast Stabilize on him so he won't die. So he'll be okay as long as I get him out of there.
And then
Hopefully, Arthurian can crit this guy and kill him.
what's worse than these two guys in this room fighting you is what's in the center of the room. It just seems to be setting there. He's going to step just to make room. Probably, yeah, he's going to step. He's going to come over here. Doesn't provoke anything, but then he's going to lay into this one guy here, screaming profanities at him as he does so. Let's do this. He's going to launch into him. Hatchet away. And he gets a 24. He's going to roll some damage with this. That is not going to be critical. And he's going to do that again. All right, 23. Still not critical, but it's damage. He's going to do some damage. Boom. He's got one more action. No, he's done. We're going to go to Althea.
All right. I'm going to grab a hold of Farley Tell and drag him into my square.
Okay. While you do that, I'm going to give Patrick control of Arthurian, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because he's pretty straightforward. I'll let someone
Yes.
else play him. All right. We'll put him over here for the moment. All right. So he's in
Then I'm
the...
going to cast Stabilize on him.
Okay. I will ask Althea to make an athletics check to pull him.
This might not be good.
And depending on your success, that will decide how long it takes you
Whoops,
to do
I was
this.
supposed to hold on.
Okay. It's going to take you all 3 of your actions to do this, but you managed to do it.
All right.
He's pulled into your square. All right, so you stabilize Farley. And we're going to go to Excitable. And she's screaming, Althea. Ah, no, I can't bear this again. She pulls the elf in, who she just met. She's seen around town before, like you, Sheppy, because he's been here a while too. But she's heartbroken. She's been crying and tears falling since she set foot in this place. It has not stopped. Poor Althea.
She's going to come out either hard or she's going to be mentally disturbed for the rest of her career.
Yeah. That's the fun of it, though.
This place is getting quite graphically gross.
Once again, he looks to you, Sheppy, and weaves his hands in front of you without fear of being struck by the dwarf. But he's going to attempt to command you. You got an 18, you failed. And then it's going to claw you. That counts as its first action, or first attack. And it hits, it's normal, it's going to do normal claw damage. And you're going to have to make a fortitude save. Okay, 7 points of slashing damage rake across your flesh. Last attack, you feel your arms and your legs and your body, even your breathing begin to get difficult. Motion near impossible. You begin to seize up. And we're going to go to the next one in the next round as well, which starts off with Righteous. And he's going to haul off. Claw this dwarf. And he misses. He's going to try it a second time. And he hits. It's not critical. He's going to do normal damage with this clawing, raking attack on the dwarf behind him. 7 points of slashing damage. Cuts into the dwarf. He lets out a howl, I'm sure. And let's see. Yeah, a low grumbling. All right, he's got one more action. He's going to go for a third attack just for giggles against the dwarf. And it's going to miss. All right. So he lucked out there. Next, we're going to go to Farley Tell. Now you're in Althea's Square. You've been pulled to safety. You're not subject to that anymore. You are... What is that? Frightened 1? Oh, that's the creature. You're stabilized. All right, Sheppy, you're back up again. Then Arthurian's up.
All right, so I'm paralyzed.
You are paralyzed. At the end of your turn, you're going to be able to make a fortitude save to break free. And you shrug it off. You're no longer paralyzed. Doesn't Arthurian have a stone over his head?
Oh, Shattering Gem. Yes.
Yeah, he does. We haven't been using that.
All right.
You want to try and use it?
Yeah.
All right.
He makes a. Do you want me to pull up the spell real quick?
Yeah, put it in, and
All
we'll see what happens. He was hit at least once, twice.
Yeah. Doesn't do too much damage.
All right, flat check. DC 11. All right, so it worked.
All right. So, yeah, add 5 points to Arthurian.
Okay.
And then he needs to make a DC 19 basic reflex save.
So it absorbs the 5, and then it has to make its save
Mm-hmm.
because it explodes. So that's the end of it. So the gem is gone on that one attack. This guy has to make DC 19. It passes. Success.
Okay.
Is it a basic save?
It is a basic reflex.
So he's going to end up taking 4 points of damage from this. Yeah. 4 points of damage.
Yep.
So it nullified... Well, it didn't nullify it. Helped against one attack in which it exploded, and that was the end of it. Creature took some damage in return. Okay, so Righteous is looking pretty bad off. There. All right, Sheppy.
All right.
You got 9 hit points. Ripes. Good thing we remembered that.
Yeah.
This is going to be a close fight here, I think.
All right, he's gonna reach out and shocking grasp the one that is fighting Arthurian.
Reach, that takes an action, and then the shocking grasp takes 2, I believe.
Oh, and I got a crit.
Yes, you did. Casting time 2. So this is your whole turn to do this.
Right.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
D12 damage.
Plus persistent damage. We always forget the persistent damage, but it's irrelevant.
If they're
because
wearing, yeah.
It's irrelevant because you shock him into oblivion. He is no more. You defeated him. and he's just removed from existence. Vaporizes from electricity. Nothing left but powder. Okay. So your turn's done.
Shep is done.
Do you want to describe to that? Add to that description at all?
These skeletal electric fingers reach around his ankles. And they squeeze, and then the electricity just shoots up through its body, coming out through the top of his head. Smoke comes out of his ears, his eyes pop. He's done.
The tendrils of electricity begin to wrap around its throat, round and round and round. You can see the electricity just flicker off of its neck, and then it begins to squeeze harder and harder, and his head begins to turn red and then purple and then black as it singes and turns to ash and falls from its shoulders, and then the electricity just disappears. Basically vaporized his head and his body falls to the stone. That's what I was imagining. Strangulating it first and then just poof to his head. Poof. Mind blown.
All right, so Arthurians, can I? Yeah, I'm gonna move closer. Wading through blood and guts, apparently.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you're stepping on it. It's just mouths and eyes and face parts all over. It's disgusting. You're walking.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You sink.
You know,
You sink halfway down into it. You're waist high in this rotting carcass. Go ahead.
Yep. And then take my hatchet.
Whack.
It's a dirty 20.
Yeah.
That's good. 7 points of magical slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've been whittling away at this guy, too. All right. He's just injured, but... Okay, that's
then
2
I
actions.
still have yeah, and then for my last action, knock him out.
I think that's a hit. That is... No, it's not. Oh, you missed.
Ah.
Okay. That's it. We're going to go to Thea.
All right, Althea. What do we got here? Oh, she's got a moonbeam. Let's cast that.
Okay, put it in there. Attack roll.
All right, she's gonna hero point that. And still. Well, there goes her focus spell. You'll, where is Farley's? Farley's in her square, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, she'll stay there.
She's protecting Farley. All right, now we go to Excitable. As soon as the dwarf steps onto the blob, the mound, which they almost seemingly have been worshipping, this particular ghoulish creature looks shocked, and he seems enraged at this point that you would step on him. What are you doing? Get off the pot! We worship! Whatever. He starts gibbering things at you. He's now slowed 1 because of this. So he loses an action, at least for the moment. And with that, he turns his rage onto the dwarf that's stomping on the creature that he worships. Or at least an image of it. And he's going to attack and make the dwarf pay with his life. Claws come at the dwarf as he struggles to make his way through this mound of flesh. And it's a critical. The claws rip left and right. Pieces of armor from the dwarf fall and hit the walls. 20 points of slashing damage
Oh my god.
onto the dwarf. So enraged was he. And he spends his final action seething.
Pineapple time?
And we're going to go to the next one in... I'm not sure Patrick knows what that means. I don't know if he does or not. That means we're out of here. Time to run like H for the exit. I believe that's what the code word was. The safe word, if you will.
Well, he's not dead. I thought he was dead.
So did I, actually. How many hit points has he got? And he left him at 1. I believe he is
1.
dead. Patrick gave him
No,
1.
it
just
was
to be
21.
nice.
It was 21.
Was it?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That's
subtracted.
close.
I said minus 20.
All right, that's legit. All right, folks. We've got Farley up next. Now, you're still unconscious. There's
Yeah.
nothing you can do. We're going to go to Sheppy.
All right. Get the tools out.
All right, 1 action.
Then what spells do I have left here?
You could actually heal him. You're right next to him. If you want to do it, you could make the roll. 1 action. Or no, I'm sorry. You have to have battle medicine to do that.
Yeah.
Which I don't think you have.
I don't.
All right, scrap that idea. Nobody can do it.
All right. Well, I got 2 more shocking grasps, so I'm going to grab a hold of his neck.
Okay. Go for it. Cast it, Jesse.
Come on. Yes. 26.
All right, that's going to hit.
Not a crit?
No.
Dang. Nice. 14.
14 points of damage. Okay. Badly injured. So that was...
Gave the tools to Althea and shocking grasp. He's
All right.
done.
The tools won't help because you have to use them in exploration mode.
Hmm.
Unless she has battle medicine. Somebody needs that to be able to do it in
Well,
encounters.
we'll see. I don't know if she does.
All right. Well,
Probably not.
next is Arthurian. He says, I'm
Yeah.
fed up with this. I'm going to go over and heal my buddy. No, go on.
She could.
He might have healer's tools, actually. I don't know. I think he does.
Let's find out. If he does, they're not in here.
He doesn't have battle medicine anyway.
I think it's Dane that has all that stuff. Anyway, you got this guy near death. The fighter is
Yep.
up. And it's time to
Hey-ya.
rumble. Let's see what this...
Yes. Crit. It's your little tiny hatchet.
That is a critical success.
Die!
Eight.
I know. -8.
Near death.
Yeah.
Keep
You,
attacking.
you cut him. You still got 2 more actions.
Die!
Yes.
Oh.
Chip him away.
Not a crit, but it is damage.
There you go.
8. Oh, let's see what this is.
Come
so,
on.
so close. Ah!
One more. You can do it.
Yeah.
I They never hit. You need
You
a
never know.
You need a natural 20. No.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Oops.
he did the thing. All right, so we're going to go to Althea. What do you do, Althea? She's got more hit points than anyone. Wow.
That's not good.
Either that or it's magnificent.
She's gonna blast them with a daze. It's a DC 19 basic will.
Come out from where you're hiding. Because you're at a hard corner, and plus you got somebody in the way. He's going to have really good armor class. Right there is fine. You can do that. So one action move in there, and then daze. Mental damage. I got to make a DC 19 basic will save to resist the clogging of the mind, the thoughts after being enraged like he was. He's successful. It's not critical. This is basic, so whatever your damage is, it's going to be halved. 2 points. 2 points of mental damage, and he falls to the ground, motionless. I will say no more. The daze spell has taken him out.
But he's not dead. So finish him off.
Okay. You noticed.
Yep. I know it's not lethal.
All right. At this stage, we're going to go to Farley Tell. Or no, Sheppy. You can, if you want, finish him off. And I'll take him off.
I'll finish him off.
You do so. Describe how you finish off this unconscious. You fry him?
Damage.
You just
Fry
go-
him.
That's another spell, but go ahead. Cantrips away.
9 points of damage.
Yes. You fry him in place on the stone, and his body quivers up and down as it begins to blacken and darken, crispify, and it's finished off. He's dead now. And with that, we will end the encounter. This combat has concluded. And nobody's dying, right? All right, so let me go back to this room again.
Yeah, give us a description.
Yeah. Let me see. Do I have this image? No. I do have it over here, though, and I will show that. This is what it looks like. Somewhat. Somewhat. Because it's absolutely decayed and rotting. It is nothing but a carcass, whatever. If it was once alive, it is no more. And this is what it looks like.
That's nasty.
This is what.
Arthurian was walking on it.
Yeah, and it was rotten too. Oh, he sunk right up to his waist in that gunk. But it angered the guy, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
And again, you see these little knocked over little bone figurines with hair on them, like as if they were little people worshipping in a way. And makes sense. These guys were in here kind of worshipping this, or in some kind of ritual of some sort. But who's to say? All right. And I think this is where we'll conclude it. We'll save the rest and what you guys do for next week. But you're looking battered. You're looking bruised. You're near death. In fact, you have pushed your way without any clues as to the whereabouts of Dane and your fellow companions. They could be dead.
I'll be curious to see how many experience points we get for this.
You have no idea. But somehow you found yourself in this chamber, surrounding this mound of rotting flesh, mound of rotting mouths, eyes, and whatever. Just surviving this. And now you take pause, and we'll pick up from there next time. And that's it. Folks, that's it for this session 23. It was exciting, it was bloody, it was brutal, and it was always in the air. You never know when these guys are going to go down. I was going to say it was also disgusting. Disgusting things, rotting things, things on hooks. It was terrible. But it's all good fun. And you guys have fun?
Yepers.
I hope so. We're going to be back next week. We're going to do episode 24 and see what happens with the companions picking up in this lonely room in the gauntlight, the Abomination vaults. So, say your goodbyes, Jesse. You started off, and we'll end this
All
session.
right, guys. Once again, great DMing. Thank you very much. It was a close one tonight, I tell you.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what happens next. As always, to arms, my friends.
To arms. Thanks, Jesse. Patrick?
This is a great session. Little sad I didn't get to help out as much as possible, but yeah, well, it was fun either way.
I hope so. You sound distraught. It was terrible. You were knocked unconscious. Killed almost.
Now, you had some very cool spells going off there in the beginning.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. That new stuff. That vomit was a good one.
Yep.
It's just level 1. After level 1, it's a uphill or a downhill ride, but
As it should be, I think.
yeah.
Just gets better. Yep.
But it was good having you guys play tonight, as usual. Had all four of us at one point. Hopefully we'll all be rested and good to go for the next session. Kyle was great as usual. I love when he joins the sessions and gets into his characters. Another fighter. What's it with these fighters? That was epic. I loved when you said that. Death wish. They always have death wishes.
Another death wish fighter.
Yeah, that was great. But it's always good seeing him in the session. And of course, Rachel. It's always good to have her in here. I'm curious what she's going to do with this character in the future. If she survives, and I'm sure she will, but this is so different from Elias. And she's playing it to a T. You know, with her role plan. That's awesome. Got to remember to give her an extra hero point for the next session. Everybody, actually. You all did great. Anyway, folks, that's the end of the session. We'll see you guys next week. Till next time, you guys remember, hang in there. It's only going to get better. Absolutely better. Toodaloos, folks. Toodaloos.
Toodaloo.